spotter spark off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, we'll give them a good wave.
Fly Bravo heading, cleared for takeoff.
Bravo heading, clear for takeoff, watch your right.
Happy Sunday, everybody. Welcome to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota for some live plane spotting at MSP International Airport, home to the second busiest Delta hub and the main operating base of low-cost carrier Sun Country Airlines. Today, the sun is shining, and we all are excited to bring the action to you from one of the best spots to view the commercial aviation action up close and personal at the Metropolitan Airport Commission's aircraft viewing area at the end of Cargo Road. And I can't think of a better way to start the week off than with some action-packed live plane spotting. You can already hear the aircraft are arriving in the background as we get underway from the aviation mecca of Minnesota. And welcoming you to our broadcast, everybody. Nice to meet you. My name is Alex Redding, and I'm also joined today by Eric Paul, one of the original founding members of MSP Airport Live that helped us get off the ground. And we'll have him back today, first time in over a year that he's been with us. Excited to bring him on board, as well as RJ Bean joins us again on the show. And RJ, Eric, great to have you both back for a rodeo on this Sunday, doing some live plane spotting here at MSP Airport Live. Thank you so much for being a part of the action today. What are you guys looking forward to the most, I guess, as we kind of look out into the next few hours that we'll be out here broadcasting the live action?
RJ, what you looking forward to?
Anything that's heavy that's got a Northwest tail registration.
I like that answer.
And the cookies.
That's right. RJ has been so kind enough to bring us the Sweet Martha's cookies from the State Fair. And while I'm getting our booth cam ready, explain to our viewers, what is the big deal with Sweet Martha's cookies, and why is the fair open when it's not even time for the State Fair yet?
Well, this weekend they've been running a spring event on the fairgrounds, including as well as the Milk Run 5K, which I participated in yesterday. And of course, some of the notable vendors at the fairgrounds are open for this event, including Sweet Martha's Cookies. It's one of the top, most in demand and sought after food items at the fair, and you can literally buy a bucket of cookies. And the lines for some of these food items that are the most popular at the fairgrounds are just like crazy insane. But you know what, as us Minnesotans will do, I mean, we thrive on the State Fair and all the food that we get to have while we're there. So I said, okay, nothing better than to bring a bucket for today.
Well, thank you, RJ. There we go. Welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. That's Eric. That's RJ. Let's give RJ a big thank you for bringing us cookies. We wish we could share some with you as well, but I don't know. We can't really pass it through the live feed. But you're just going to have to go to the State Fair and get some Sweet Martha's yourself, I guess.
Gotta have one.
Yes, that is correct. Don't mind if I do. Oh, there you go. I got the cluster right here. I got the big one.
Yep. That's sometimes how they end up, because they're warm when they're filled in the buckets, and they will fill these buckets of cookies till the point where they just won't stay in it.
That's always a good thing.
You know, between that and then the mouthtrap cheese curds and the French
don't get me started on those.
And the donuts. So, you know, happy Memorial Day weekend, everybody.
Yeah. Enjoy some Sweet Martha's with us. This one's for you guys. Oh, boy. So should we take a look at our notable arrival and departure boards?
Right. You did ask me a question earlier about what am I looking forward to, and it's the Discover departure around 4 o'clock. So
that is right. We'll take a look at that here in just a second. Let's get to our notable arrivals and departures presented by Jet Set Shirts. We'll get to our notable arrivals first here today. UPS on Flight 5560 Heavy from Louisville, Kentucky is a 767-300 freighter. Typically that's an 8300, so it's an anomaly in the daytime heavy arrivals for UPS, which is why it gets stuck up on that notable arrival board. Because it's such a common aircraft, it's not considered a notable, but because it hasn't been here in a while, it's a notable for us.
It's not very often here, right?
I'm also looking forward to Air France bringing the Dreamliner later on this evening around 5:30 p.m. with the flight from Paris, Charles de Gaulle.
There's also that WestJet flight around 6 o'clock, too, as well.
It's another honorable mention. Excellent point out there, Eric, too, because there are some really interesting predecessor airline liveries that are currently running around for WestJet that have been in and out of here within the last several weeks. Swoop is one of them, and I can't remember the other one off the top of my head, but
I'm going to figure that out for you right now.
Thank you, Eric. We also have 989, Shamrock 989 from Dublin, Ireland. I'll be bringing the A321 XLR. We're going to swing over here for our first departure of the broadcast.
A little different than our last few live streams. We have runway 12 right, 30 left active again. So we
yes, that is definitely
back
to normal.
We've rotated the direction of the broadcast to get back to where we had been.
That was flight 407 to San Diego.
4318, 150 on your heading, contact departure.
Now, we're in a mixed flow today with the 12 parallels open for arrivals and departures and 17 for departures to kind of help ease the traffic flow. And this flight for Sun Country requiring some extra real estate to get airborne today.
Your 407, contact departure.
Switching 407, see ya.
So maybe perhaps the airline you were trying to think of is the Sunwing.
That's it. That name eluded me for just a second. Thanks, Eric, for filling in the gap there. And again, that's why we have Eric here, folks. Eric is...
And that's why I have Flight Radar 24.
You're on it. Yeah.
It comes in handy.
It comes in handy.
It's a fine dandy. And of course, folks, as you might have already noticed, in addition to the sunny weather here this afternoon, my, is it gorgeous. 70 degrees Fahrenheit, 21 degrees Celsius at the moment for our current weather conditions here at the airfield at Minneapolis, St. Paul. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better day, really, when it comes to the weather, Eric and RJ. I think this is just perfect spotting weather.
Absolutely.
Delta 2287, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.9.
Riley DuPont, thank you for tuning in. Good afternoon from Altoona, Wisconsin. There's a big railroad yard in Altoona for the Union Pacific Railroad, and that's the only reason I know that is because I'm a rail fan, in addition to being an av geek. Say what you will, but yeah, I know exactly where that is.
When's the last time you've been out for some trains?
November is down current Minneapolis.
It's been so many years. The action of the airport has come calling more than a few times. That yes. I will also say.
Cargo, you can taxi in.
So also, this past week here at Minneapolis St. Paul International, we had a couple of substantial flights depart with A330s on Terminal 1. Eric and RJ, you probably know what I'm talking about. We have some new flights that got minted here long haul to Europe.
I watched one of them go by me when they left out of here, headed to Rome.
That's right. We've got the Rome service back again. It was in the early 2010s when Delta tried to do a nonstop service with the 330 to Rome. They canceled it because of a poor ROI, or return on investment. And now Delta feels that the conditions are favorable once again to reinstate that service. So over a decade later, we have Rome back with the 330, but we also gain a brand new route, and thanks to a brand new player in SkyTeam, SAS out of Copenhagen. Delta is now flying a connecting flight from Minneapolis to Copenhagen on the A330, and we just saw an arrival of, while we were setting up, Eric and RJ, with that A330 that was scheduled today, flying in from Copenhagen, Denmark.
Copenhagen.
And some of you can probably also hear that might be a little bit iffy sounding, and that's because I was a little under the weather this past week. Wednesday was a no-go streaming-wise. It was rainy, drizzly, and cold. There's no way we were going to be out here. But I was also sick on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, which also explains why we were not out here to catch the inaugural flights for either Rome or Copenhagen, because I was under the weather. I am back in action and in time for today's live plane spotting. It's actually the first good bit that I've been outside since I've recovered from getting sick last week.
Wow.
Feels awesome.
Well, glad you're here.
Yeah, we had a lot of rain.
And
Well, we certainly did.
metering.
You are looking live at Terminal 1. This is Concourse F. Looks like we got a 330 that's sitting down around over there. Down between 3 and 4, we get a little bit of a lull in the action. But that's okay, because we're going to talk about a couple more things here. We're going to take a look at our notable departures, and then we're going to show a ops chart of what traffic flow is going to look like today. So we're going to go ahead and continue listing out our notables. KLM 250 Heavy with the 777 snuck out on us. We were a little bit late to start, and KLM decided that, you know what, we're going to get out of here a little early.
On time.
Yeah, we're on time. Something that we can probably do a little bit better with, I guess, upcoming in future broadcasts. But, you know, there's a little bit of a technical thing we had to take care of before going live to air today, so that needed to get sorted out. And, well, KLM, they've already departed, but we've still got plenty of heavy action headed your way. We've got the A350-900 to Amsterdam Schiphol around 3:50 towards the back half of the hour. And we've got what you're excited for, Eric. We've got Ocean 53 Heavy. That's our Discover flight to Frankfurt, Germany. It's a A330-300. And it's an A330-300 with the Rolls-Royce Trent 700 engine option. So we do not see very many of those, if at all, here at Minneapolis St. Paul Airport. So we're excited to hear the Trents unleash the thunder and hear the roar from them on departure. We've also got Delta 258 Heavy with 1 out of 11 A330-200s in Delta's fleet off to Dublin, Ireland. That's that service that flies seasonally out of Minneapolis St. Paul, competing with Aer Lingus in the A321XLR, which we will also look to see depart later on tonight. Maybe we can get a glimpse of it as it goes off on the north parallel, runway 12 left. We've also got Iceland Air going back to Reykjavik. We've got the Arrival, too. We're going to see if they go north side or the south parallel here.
That is the question.
Yeah, that's the question. We'll have them either way. In Iceland Air, they like to take off on 12 right or 30 left because it's closer to T2.
Yep.
On departure back to Reykjavik, so they're going to be sending a MAX 9 to us tonight. We'll get the departure, and then Air France going to be part of that finale with the 787-9 Dreamliner tonight. Also, keep in mind, we've got a Delta A330 and an A350, too, that we're going to catch towards the end of our show as well. So there's going to be a lot more heavies than what you see here on our notable boards. This is just kind of us filtering down out of what we think are more of the notable catches of the day. There's certainly going to be a lot more heavy action than what you see here. So do stick around and stay tuned, because it is going to get very busy later on tonight, as it typically does for a weekend, especially with the cargo traffic. Some days, when you're talking about a weekend day here at MSP Airport, Sunday, when you're talking about cargo, you get a little bit busy. So we'll also have the UPS MD-11F, in addition to that 767 that we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Yep. And they love to use runway 12 right, 30 left. That's in front of us. Also hoping for a mic taxi.
Yes. Those never get old.
Enjoy them while you can is the name of the game. The MD-11s are not going to be in service for much longer. Their days are numbered.
Yeah. Pretty soon it'll be all 7.6s.
Or the 777, which, you know what, honestly, I hope UPS gets the 777.
I hope they bring them in here.
See, it's not going to be the same as an MD-11. But you know what? We don't get enough 777 traffic here at Minneapolis, St. Paul. And you know what? Hey, it'd be a welcome change.
But yeah, but FedEx has the 777, and if they retire their MD-11s, you know.
Yeah, I think they're still waiting on some outstanding orders, if I remember correctly.
Cross runway 4, hold short runway 12. Delta 2114. Delta 2287, monitor tower 12.7.
All right, we got an arrival from Nashville, flight 8157.
Everybody hearing stand by just a moment.
RJ, what do you think of Sun Country?
I've never flown on it.
Really?
No. Well,
You don't know what you're missing?
Yeah, well, you know, I'm a red tailer.
Yeah, that's true. This is like blasphemy, right? We saying Sun Country to you?
You know, I don't have anything to say because I've never flown on them, but I always get a kick out of the Tide Pod livery.
Yeah.
And I do have a hat.
Oh, you do have a hat?
Yes,
for Tide Pod.
I found one and I put it on and displayed it last Sunday. I can do it
Sorry,
again.
I missed that. Yeah, bring it out next time I come. It'll be soon again. Yeah, I like to see that.
I can make that happen. Stand by.
Ground taxi via Whiskey and
All right. See what we have here. Alex is panning across field here. Chicago O'Hare arrival.
And the CRJ that's like, hey, no.
467. Yeah, our beloved CRJs, but looks like we got a 75 about the taxi on Whiskey right in front of us. All right.
It's a former red tail. All of the Delta 757-300s were delivered to Northwest Airlines.
Up, headed to ATL. My home city just about. My home state there, Georgia.
They're going to Equinox.
Now
it's still my favorite aircraft.
It's my favorite narrow body that was ever made.
Yes.
It is also the largest narrow body twin jet ever assembled by any aircraft manufacturer, and it holds the record title for such an aircraft. It's the largest narrow body twin jet,
Yes.
as I'll say it again, that was ever produced. And there are only 55 of these manufactured in total by Boeing. Northwest happened to get just over a dozen of these, and Delta inherited all of that equipment at the 2008 merger. And Delta has not only kept them in the fleet, but they've kept them in top-notch condition.
Yes, indeed.
It's a real testament to how good Tech Ops is at taking care of their jets. We got a 737-900 ER.
Headed to Phoenix.
Last time I was in Phoenix Sky Harbor, I'd rather not think about it. I missed my connecting flight because American had an oopsie at the gate. The jet bridge was stuck.
Oh, that's not good.
I had under an hour of connecting time, and by the time they actually got the stinking jet bridge to work, by the time I made it down to the far opposite end of the terminal, just so happened to be where my connecting flight was departing from, well, they've already pushed back, and at that point it was like, okay, well, I was traveling with some friends of mine that had some Admirals Club access, and we're like, well, I guess we're going to the lounge to figure it out. And we ended up flying Delta on the way back through Atlanta.
Hey, Alex, you need to switch to the booth cam here. RJ has something to show the fans.
Oh, yep, yes, we do.
Yes,
we do need to show
we got to
the
put that on
here.
cam.
Yes, we do. Give me a second here. I just got to get off my perch. So I'm on a ladder when I'm on camera, folks. Some of you probably don't know that, but yeah, we do have to deal with fences here, and we have a... Anywho, RJ's got something to show us.
I got the hat out again. The Tide Pod livery hat.
There we go.
There you go. Say hi.
Classic. Say hi.
Hi.
There you go.
You got to turn it sideways.
Yeah, you got to turn it
see.
sideways so you can see the full details.
These are so popular around here.
Look at the wing
first
flex.
time I've seen it. Yeah.
Look at the wing flex.
Yeah, wing flex like this. 787 or something.
There's nothing wrong with us, is there? We're just an everyday aviation geek.
That's right. I like it. That's cool.
That's fun.
That is.
Yeah, I like it when Sun Country hands out those like little party favor hats. They're pretty fun.
Yeah, of course I'm a red tailer, but I'll put one of these on.
Yes, there you go.
That's the hometown airline too.
Absolutely.
Yep, it's a hometown.
Yeah. To be honest with you, they're actually not a bad airline. low-cost carriers tend to not carry a savory reputation, but Sun Country, I think, is kind of an interesting exception because they certainly have the structure, which they are a low-cost carrier, right? But they do things that are kind of akin to some of the full-service airlines. And they have really good flight crews.
And
so
fun.
sometimes, like when you fly Sun Country, you know, sometimes it's hard to compute that, but
between 54 and 57.
Sun Country is a very fascinating airline, and you know what? It would be a shame to lose it.
Yeah,
Better
I
not.
wouldn't like that. Merge with somebody else.
Because I'm sure with a lot of the people that live around here, it would be their,
There was a
great,
pretty
first or second choice.
Yeah, there was a pretty good rumor that was going around. I think that some news outlets took some hearsay and some information that wasn't, started running around and saying that Sun Country was looking for a merger partner, but the airline has openly denied it. They have made no such move to attempt a merger at all, even looking into it. That is not going to happen. And the other thing that was also supposed to happen this month, that was also in the news, that never ended up coming to fruition. Now, this is confirmed, though. Turkish Airlines was supposed to fly here, but it looks like they're taking longer than expected. This happened when they announced that they were going to fly to Denver, and it took them, I think, maybe around a year after they announced when they were supposed to be flying their inaugural service to the Mile High City, and it was kind of confusing for everybody. It's like, okay, where are you at? Yeah. So we might be getting the same treatment. Who knows?
And rumors about Ethiopian.
Yeah, and so far the airline has expressed interest in flying here, although nothing is official or confirmed just yet.
That's a flight I'll hop on in 2 seconds.
Oh, I would love to hitch a ride to Addis Ababa. I'd love to fly in one of their Dreamliners on Ethiopian and check it out. It's a cool airline.
Did you hear that whale?
Yes.
Yes, we did.
We all know what
An
that is.
A220.
We all know what that is. Now, I have family members who are not aviation enthusiasts. They know what that is. It's like, oh, there's that whale sound again. I know what that is.
One aircraft.
One aircraft.
I've never flown on one.
What?
I know.
No Sun Country. No whale. I'm just...
Has to be a red tail.
If it wasn't for those cookies, I'd be disappointed in you.
Oh, and I got more.
It's about the cookies, huh?
Don't have to limit the consumption to what we've just had so far. They're here. I'm just keeping them covered.
So we have Key Lime, right? Is panning over to Key Lime?
Yeah, we're going to Key Lime. This is a very cool jet.
Oh, coming in on the north side.
Coming in on the north side. That is a... I'm sure it won't last. Obviously, they haven't painted it yet.
And there's going to be a photobomb of our whale.
Of course.
It's
maybe
going to pass by from right to left.
We're counting down to see who's going to make it first. Yep, I think you're right.
The photobomb.
Well, not really. We're just going to switch focus to the 220.
Yeah.
It's a 220-300. Eric, you've
Headed
had the
to
opportunity.
Chicago.
Yeah, you've had the opportunity to fly in the A220.
A few times, yes. I absolutely loved them. It's my favorite interior cabin for a narrow body. And you know, my favorite thing on it is the window in the lav on the left side rear of the aircraft.
Really?
You can't beat that. Yes. So at 40,000 feet, just look out the window in the lav.
Oh, I've never had that luxury of flying on an aircraft.
They tell you, the flight attendants
lavatory.
will always tell you while you're on the ground, please don't go in the lav. Oh, here we go. We have A321 headed to Los Angeles, flight 2114. That was a long roll.
Delta 2821 Alpha Charlie 6 with November taxi. Delta 2821 runway 17 via Papa Mike cross runway 4, hold short runway 1 to right. Papa Mike cross runway 4 short of 1 to right, Delta 2821. Minneapolis Tower, you're going to sequence behind the 220. That's one way for you. We're 2444.
Speaking of Los Angeles, Eric, you were at LAX not too long ago. You had a really fun trip out there.
Oh, it was very fun. I spent a couple of days out there. Did a little bit of spotting, of course, down there on Lincoln Boulevard, because you know how they have, and I can't think of what streets it's on, but you know how you've been to Los Angeles, right?
I have not in a very long time.
Well, as soon as you exit the terminals, basically, you got the row of hotels down there. So you just book a hotel down the street, and basically you can just walk to the famous In-N-Out Burger location, where the main spotting location is. It's only, less than a mile walk over there, Lincoln Boulevard. And catch all the aircraft, especially coming in from the west, all the heavies that come from the west, land on that runway. Unless they're cargo jets, more of the cargos land on the other side, on the Imperial Hill side, right? So.
But I hate to tell you, it has been an extremely long time since I've been in and out of LAX.
Yeah.
So I think a lot of that I would not recognize. And the last time it was just a stop or a connection of some sort. We didn't leave the airport in any way to do anything.
And they're still under major changes, right? Because they're building the train services, the tram. They're trying to build stuff before 2028.
For the Olympics.
Yeah.
6012, gust 18.
So it'll definitely look different.
Because the last few times that I've been out to California was either San Diego because of the cruising, or San Francisco. We did a trans-canal cruise out of San Francisco. When we went out a little bit early and took in some sights.
Philip from PLM Aviation, one of our live plane spotting colleagues, saying hello everyone. Greetings to the MSP Airport community here from Germany.
Oh, that's a long way away.
How are you doing today, Philip?
So one of the things that we did when we were out there was Alcatraz.
Okay. I never went over there. This is Seattle flight, of course. Flight 347.
A little bit of a glide there.
Airplanes 905, clear cross 12, right, Mike, Sierra, November, hold short.
I only saw Alcatraz from a distance. I didn't do the tour or anything like that when I was out there.
Yeah, no,
years ago.
that's something, if you're going to be out in that area, you've got to plan in advance in order to get a reservation and a time slot for the ferry to get over there. You can't just kind of show up out there and expect it to do it. I think you can do it as a standby from out there, but if you want to be assured in order to get over the Alcatraz with the ferry, you need to book it in advance. And the soonest in advance that you can do it, the better.
Okay.
So you don't want to wait.
United with a 737 MAX. Crossing runway 12 right.
Now that CRJ is not showing up here. I don't see any. Is the transponder on? Oh, I see it. It's not coming up on flight radar, but
Probably Endeavor maintenance.
Yeah, there you go. Well, we do have that MAX 8. Had another Chicago flight. Oh, wow. Okay. Headed down Mike's, not turning on whiskey. Interesting. Do we have a friend in the tower?
I think we might have some friends in the tower right now, currently controlling MSP ground.
All right. I like that. Can't beat that. First time I flew on the MAX was a MAX 9. It was Houston to San Francisco.
And Spirit has touched down with the A321, meanwhile, on runway 12 right.
Coming from Atlanta, 2347.
Things starting to pick up from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport, as they always do. When it gets closer to the 4 o'clock hour, that's when things really kind of start to turn on as far as action goes.
And we have a flight to Dallas. my beloved DFW, where I also like to do a lot of plane spotting. This is flight 362.
So our United Max that just went by us is just taking a different route to get over to the end of runway 17. They're cutting through the FedEx and UPS cargo facility behind us.
Yes, they are.
Minneapolis ground.
So
What do you think of that livery? You like that better than the Continental, ex-Continental?
Good question. Blue is my favorite color.
That part you like.
Yeah.
Maybe not the design. Hey. All right, we have something on oh, okay, that's only a 319. False call.
You were really hoping for a heavy there, Eric.
Well, we do have one right behind us, the 76 UPS.
That is true. It's our first notable arrival of the broadcast. 5560 heavy from Louisville, Kentucky. It's normally an A300, but well, today they decided to send us a 76. It's been eons since I've seen one of those. Well, I've been spotting out here anyways.
Yeah, they're not very often. They don't come very often.
There was once upon a time, there was a period where we used to see them quite frequently here.
Circuit 362 and 05.9er, gust 19er, runway 17, fly runway heading, clear for takeoff. Fly runway heading, clear for takeoff, American 362. Wing 4347 instructions, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, and Quebec to the gate. Alpha, Charlie, Quebec, 5347. Thank you. Skywest 3527, Minneapolis ground.
The next red tail, A319, arriving for Delta. It's from Destin, Fort Walton Beach in the Florida Panhandle. It's Delta 2462.
Ground Secretary 295, ready taxi.
Say again.
Secretary 295, ready taxi.
295, runway 12 left, taxi via Delta, hold short, runway 12 right.
Delta, hold short 12 right.
Sun Country.
Apparently RJ has brought some more souvenirs. We're going to take a look at another fun trinket here in just a second.
Delta 152 heavy, Minneapolis ground. Hold the push just for a moment.
I've always got something hiding up my sleeve.
Endeavor 5304 minutes, runway 12 left, taxi via Pop across runway 4.
All right, everybody, here's the ups with a 767.
Runway 17.
Cleared to push for 17, Delta 2593. Delta 2046.
Delta 2042, roger. Delta 152 heavy, Minneapolis ground, push through, runway 122 to right.
Nice. You also have pushback of the Discover.
Turn right, contact ground point 9. Right, and ground point 9. Good day.
Oh yeah, I see him.
America 362, turn right, heading 215. Contact departure, good day.
Right turn 215, America 362, good day.
Southwest 2444, turn left on taxiway Whiskey, runway 17, miles away.
Actually, nobody photobombs more than Sun Country. Every time we have like a 30 left departure for a heavy that we really want, it's always a Sun Country in the shot. Because they're coming from T2 over there.
Delta 2732 to taxi with November.
Delta 20, Minneapolis, run Delta cross, going direct to Delta, and then side step over to Charlie. What's your cross? I want to use Charlie and Papa.
Alright, cross 12 right at Delta, then side step to Charlie, Charlie Papa for Secretary 295.
6, cross runway 4, Mike, hold short, runway 12 right. Charlie Papa, cross runway 4, monitor ground now, point 9er.
Now, Louisville, I need to get out
Charlie
to
Papa,
as well for some plane spotting. I've never been out there. It's SDF. Have you been there?
Trying to get our instant replay working here. First time we've actually used the instant replay with our new production computer. So you were just saying we were just working out some kinks here real time.
No time like the present.
Yeah, in regards to having been to Louisville for anything for that matter was during a road trip that my mom and I did with our Dutch friends.
Awesome.
Years ago. The object of the route that we took was to hit up some Hard Rock cafes when more of them were around at that time. A lot of them have closed. They're not out there like they used to be. And the one thing that we did in Louisville while we were there was the Louisville Slugger Museum.
That sounds cool.
Yep.
I'm not even a big baseball fan, but I probably would enjoy that. Looks like we got.
We gonna get a mic?
Yeah, I hope so. I wasn't listening to ATC. Hopefully, it doesn't turn down the runway here.
Should I try to see if I can get him to wave?
Yeah, hop on the ladder there. Yep.
285, next departure,
Yep, we got a mic.
462, I'll get your movement as
Can't beat that.
Sorry about that. What's your gate again? 462,
Alex, zoom up, see if he's waving back.
So it's 756, being on the ground, push approved, 1 to left.
Couldn't quite tell if they were waving or not.
We've got a pushback for Paris, 152. I see 160's transponders on. Frankfurt should be rolling up this way soon here. You tried.
I tried.
That's all that counts. We appreciate you.
I got him that one day. Just depends. I think you're more likely to get it from the first officer than the pilot.
Sure.
Yeah, whoever's handling the communications in the cockpit is going to be the one that's probably going to wave. And from what I've noticed, and by no means am I knocking the UPS pilots here, but FedEx, I've had a higher wave percentage for FedEx than UPS.
You know, I never noticed that. I just wave. Oh, man.
Somebody's trying to buzz on frequency like, hey, I need to say something. That's what that beeping sound is.
Yeah, I was wondering what that was.
Delta 756, Tampa, will call your clearance, please. Break with November, who was calling ground.
All right, we're going to take a look at a spotter guide for the A330-300 that's going off to Paris Charles de Gaulle tonight. In charge of Delta 152 Heavy. Just take a look at the stats there on the left side of your screen. This aircraft is a giant. As common as they are, especially here at MSP Airport, we just adore seeing these things. And the raw power that they unleash when they get into the air. When you're at the aircraft viewing area and as close to the action as you are, you feel the takeoff from here. The ground shakes.
Yeah, they push you back in your seat. I've had the pleasure of flying on one once, so.
And that was a domestic hop, right?
Yep. Yeah, if you look out for them, yep, you look out for them, they'll often do that. Atlanta, Detroit. My first 350 flight was to Detroit. 330 was Atlanta. 764 was Atlanta. And 763 was all over the place. Do we got, is it moving? Is he moving now? Or can you tell RJ?
Yep, it's.
Yeah, Discover's on the taxi.
Photobomb. Another one. Not quite. All right.
1 tower, your description, short kilo short of kilo 10. That would be number 3. Kilo short of kilo 10, 31
So there's our flight to Paris Charles de Gaulle with the mighty A350 now on the move. So they'll be making their way over here to runway 12 right for departure. Oh, what a shot.
The 330, yeah. The 330 to Paris.
And then the 321 coming into frame just in the foreground. This is on Taxiway Whiskey.
That's Orlando bound.
And that'll be headed off to runway 17 here when it gets done taxiing. I should say it's headed off on runway 17 when it's done taxiing.
Nobody's checking for grammar here, man.
783 Minneapolis, left.
Except for me.
Right 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
It is nice to have the main runway open back up, though. I tell you.
Also, to complement that, a nice breeze.
Yes.
Ocean 461 Ember on Mike. We'll wait for you. I got a nice gap for you as well. Switch to tower 126.7.
Okay, so we are number 1 and tower 167. Have a good day, Ocean 461.
Got 3570, 3527. Be pass band at second Airbus. Off your left at heavy Airbus pushing air.
Roger that. We're past behind the ocean.
So there's our Discover A330-300.
Tower 267, have a great day. Heavy, we're going to request relief on the 7-mile restriction.
150 up your Roger.
Charlie 12 there.
461 on Alpha. Heavy.
So Eric Paul has stepped off headset for a second. He's going to grab some footage
0409
for his own keepsake.
Delta 152 Heavy, runway heading on departure, clear for takeoff, 12 right.
Delta 2732, fly heading, let's go runway heading for now, 0409, runway 17, cleared.
I get to do a roll to rotate salute.
Call back across runway 4. You can park 1.
What's left, yes, pad, Quebec, runway 4, and parking first flight, that's 14.
3527 Minneapolis Tower, got some departures. Turn right at Alpha, hold short of runway 12 right at Alpha 10, please.
Turn right Alpha and hold short, 12 right at Alpha 10, so that's 6
There's Delta 152 Heavy, an ex-Northwest A330-300 is in command of this service here tonight. It's also been given takeoff clearance on 12 right. There's nobody on final right now for the runway, and we could get a turn and burn here.
Tower, back here, Tier 1, we're at 2000 for EMT. Tier 1, Minneapolis, Star Clear, Bravo Space, wind 0409, altimeter 3028, proceed direct northbound. I'll have a turn northeast till when I can.
6 United, no factor down there.
Copy, Roger, thanks.
25-017, line up noise.
13 just passed behind the 7 on up nose.
Behind the 7 off the nose, guys, D14.
She's rolling, so the salute is on.
Tower Ocean 461 heavy on Alpha. Ocean 461 heavy tower. Roger, got 2 rounds. Minneapolis Tower, 12 right, clear to land, wind 0409.
She's heavy.
Clear to land, 12 right, so 2593, flight 150 on 17, clear for takeoff. So 2732 to left, 120, 120, cut departure.
120 heading for Delta 152.
152 heavy, that was for you. You're on a 100, left turn to a 100, Delta 152, 100, cut departure.
100 heading, Delta 152.
3783, joint pop.
Once again, another breathtaking departure from the mighty A330-300. An ex-Northwest aircraft transporting folks to Paris tonight. Just got off runway 12 right. Have a good flight, Delta 152 Heavy.
Got 3783, mass contact, pop to the gate.
Up to the gate.
6, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 10 miles.
How about some Sun Country? This wouldn't be the Twin Cities without seeing at least one of these guys come in to arrive. This is flight 8451 from Tallahassee.
10-5, we'll let them know. This guy's Steve, 1400.
Denver 63, monitor tower 16.706.
32 Minneapolis Tower, 73 Sports Roller, and 1 to left to land, wind 040.
So the arrival we just had on Sun Country is from Tallahassee, flight 8451, Tide Pod livery.
Another one says 0307,
Just like my
and 1 to
hat.
left to land. Up at 2021, Minneapolis Star Mike cross 1 to right, join Whiskey.
On Mike, cross 12 right, Whiskey, Delta 2821.
So 2593, 150, heading cut departure. United 1551, flight 150 and 17, give or takeoff.
Flight 150, takeoff from 17.
Air clear 1 traffic, 1 o'clock, and then about 12 o'clock, 2 arrivals to Minneapolis field on the site. Air 1
Crossing runway 12 right.
5 miles.
Delta 2821 with a Boeing 717-200 outbound to Charlotte Douglas International Airport. It's headed to runway 17 for departure, making a right-hand turn on taxiway Whiskey.
Crossing 4100, cut express.
Delta, aircraft runway 4, Mike, Sierra, hold short.
And then about 2 miles, 3 miles in trail is one descending for 12, or 12 left, I'm sorry. So I got one about to touchdown, 12 right, and 1 3 mile final for 12 left. You got them?
Have both aircraft in sight. We'll maintain visual separation.
Next up for arrival on runway 12 right, United 732 from Denver, Colorado with an A320-200.
Traffic through.
And we'll pass behind the second aircraft and direct to HCMC Air Care 1.
Ocean 461 heavy, runway 12 right, line up and wing. Denver 56 Minneapolis aircraft in position, Mike cross, 1 to 8, turn west. United 1531, 150 on that heading, you cut exports, you know.
Okay, 150 on the heading, switch to departure, United 1531.
Endeavor 5063 on Whiskey, hold shuttle Whiskey 9. United 732, turn left, turn out, got a ground point in it.
All right, here we go. Our Discover A330-300 is cleared for takeoff on runway 12 right. This aircraft has the Rolls-Royce Trent 700 engines.
Heading wind 04010.
It's going to be a different sound than what we heard from the Delta 330 that took off that had the Pratt & Whitney engines. So you got a little engine battle going here.
And I know, Alex, I've talked about sometimes when I'm at home and I can do some of my plane spotting from there, I can always tell when there's an A330 Heavy that's flying over me that's got Trent engines, even at that altitude when they go over.
Delta 2821, flight to 150, no 17.
Sound travels.
All right, let's watch and listen.
Absolutely.
Keller 3527, Dr. Jeff, last year distress across no 1 right off 10, join Whiskey. I'll put you in front of that RJ, they'll wait on you.
Roger that, cross 2 right off the 10, our discretion, join Whiskey.
There 52, 30, coming down. Yeah, at the end you'll follow that Sun Country.
Follow the Sun Country, so it's
For 982, you can give point a call on your way, or just monitor point 9 as you go to park. Bush 61 Heavy, turn left heading 100, 100 on the heading and contact departure.
So left heading 100 and on heading contact departure Ocean 461, have a good day.
Okay, 605 Minneapolis, turn to 17, line up and right.
And that's what I call a takeoff.
Yep,
You can kind of hear the distinct sound of a buzzsaw.
Yep, they were heavy too. Everybody's flying today.
Why not? It's a great day to get airborne and go somewhere.
Absolutely.
So, folks, which one did we like better? Did we like the Pratt & Whitney Northwest A330, or I should say Delta A330, but we like to think of it as Northwest because that's who it was delivered to. Did we like the ex-Northwest Delta A330 takeoff sound better, or did we like the one that we just heard from Discover better with the Trent engine options from Rolls-Royce? Which one did we like better? Which one sounded better? Let us know.
Well, I know what my vote is.
Pratt & Whitney or Rolls-Royce?
Pratt & Whitney, the days of Donald Nyrop. If he wanted a GE, he'd go out and buy a toaster. Of course, we're talking about Pratt & Whitney's and Trent's, but still, Pratt & Whitney's rule.
Yeah, Donald Nyrop, who was probably the most influential CEO in Northwest Airlines history, had a famous saying, like, if I wanted a GE, I would buy a toaster. He did not like GE at all. Loved Pratt & Whitney engines, did Donald Nyrop. And you know what? They're dependable engines. Pratt & Whitney really served Northwest Airlines incredibly well just throughout their history, and why not, right? Of course, the unmistakable roar of a Rolls-Royce is also something to marvel at, and I will say this, that the Rolls-Royce Trent 700 is going to win the battle for me, which has the better sounding engine.
Thank you.
Love the growl.
Radio service terminated.
We get really good performance out of the Rolls-Royce engines, too.
Every manufacturer has their traits.
Sun Country 607, tonight heading 215, FedEx departure.
It's like Ford, Chevy, Dodge.
5063, flyer and heading on 017, clear for takeoff.
So somebody in the comments asked, like, what does a Rolls-Royce mean in aviation terms? Okay, Rolls-Royce, the same company that makes those luxury cars, also makes jet engines. So the Rolls-Royce engines on the Discover A330 that we just saw take off, Rolls-Royce makes those engines. The particular model of that jet engine is called the Trent 700. And the Trent series of engines are their big turbofan engines for the commercial aviation industry for jetliners. The Trent 800 is on the 777 aircraft, as well as I think the A380s as well that have 4 of them. You also have the Trent 1000, which is on the Dreamliner. It's a particular engine made for the Boeing product. There's also the Trent XWB, which is 50s, which we'll see an A350 depart here to Amsterdam in just a moment or two.
Yeah, he's pushing back now, in fact.
So yeah, we'll get to hear the Rolls-Royce Trent XWB engines on the 350. That's an engine that's only made for the A350. Rolls-Royce also makes the RB211. I could start naming all the different Rolls-Royce engines, but I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah, you got me beat on that, Alex. By long, no GE90, right?
Tower 634, visual 12 right.
Ticket 634, Minneapolis, Star, wind 0506, gust 20, and I want 2 right, clear to line.
12 right, clear line.
Well, according to our audience, I think that the winner of that last engine battle, the Rolls-Royce Trent 700 on our Discover A330 has beaten the Pratt & Whitney-powered Delta A330 as in terms of which has the better sounding engine, and I would certainly agree to the popular opinion.
Another Phoenix flight. 2812. 739.
Wow, they're rolling long even on a landing.
1217 for Delta 2012.
Western straight in, good day.
Western straight.
And look
Almost
at
to
what we
the
have
end,
here.
please.
So our A350-900 has pushed back for Amsterdam Schiphol. Delta 160 Heavy will be on the move shortly. And while we're at it, we're going to take a quick peek at the spotter guide for the A350-900 presented in part by DG Pilot. You can see the stats on the left-hand side of your screen. This is Delta's flagship. This is the biggest, probably the most technologically advanced jet that Delta can field in their arsenal. And my, oh my, is it a stunning aircraft. Our nickname for it here is Big Sexy, and I'll tell you what, just everything about this aircraft just looks so cool, so well proportioned. They fly great. The creature comforts on the inside, remarkable, and they have impressive range too. And they operate the longest flights in and out of Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport to Tokyo and to Seoul. And now Delta's sticking them on the early Amsterdam service. Delta flights 161 from AMS and Delta 160 from MSP to AMS, which we are about to see depart the Twin Cities. And these aircraft powered exclusively by a pair of Rolls-Royce Trent XWB engines. And they have just over 7,000 miles of range, so they can really stretch the globe to deliver people from A to B, and they are a key asset in Delta's long-haul network strategy. So there's a quick look at our spotter guide on the A350-900.
4169, Mastcom, push cruise, and they're on to.
Just touching down is Sun Country Flight 634 from Nashville.
Music City, USA.
Of course, you know, this being Memorial Day weekend Sunday, you know, this is a big weekend or big day for this weekend for racing. So with the difference in time, earlier this morning we had the Grand Prix at Monaco. So we had the Formula One race. Oh yeah, help yourself to the cookies.
Don't mind if I do.
That's what they're here for. Then right now, if it's still happening, is the Indy 500.
There we go. There's Eric reaching into the cookie bag.
I've been caught.
Yep. And then this evening is the race in Charlotte, the 600 for the NASCAR racing series. Of course, the Indy 500 is the Indy cars, different car classifications.
And the Indianapolis 500 is quite the American motorsporting spectacle.
And that track is huge. There's no understanding to see how big that track is unless you've been there.
That venue, I think, seats over 200,000 spectators. It's one of the world's largest.
Yeah, and with what I was watching of it before I left and came out here, it looked like it was a great day, maybe a little bit on the cooler side with the weather. Mm-hmm. They had to put the race in a yellow flag briefly because they had a little bit of a sprinkle pass over the track, but then they went green again. They didn't red flag. And I don't remember who it is, but I did hear them during the broadcast. There is a driver today that's doing both the Indy 500 and the Charlotte race. So that has happened from time to time.
And the Charlotte Motor Speedway for NASCAR. That's one of the landmark races in the NASCAR season, is the race at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
It's, I think, the longest, too. It's 600 miles. So as it relates to those three races, I've actually been to Monte Carlo.
Oh, fun.
Interesting.
Couple times with a couple of different Mediterranean-related itineraries that we did with the cruising. And then during that same road trip with our Dutch friends, we had a stop in Indianapolis as well for a couple of nights. And first thing that we did when we got there was go to the museum there at the Speedway. So, and the Speedway is at the between turns 1 and 2. So we only saw that part of the track. And then the third race, Charlotte, I think I've maybe passed through the airport there once, but that's as close as I've come.
Alex, do you think you'll get a chance to hop on one of these domestic Detroit flights?
Well, I'm hoping to do just that at some point. I was awfully close back last year in August. I was flying back from summer vacation in Michigan. I was flying out of Traverse City. I was supposed to connect through DTW and catch a domestic flight on an A350 900 in the morning. But that ended up going to waste because of a, don't know what the reason was, but it was because of a incident
12 right, heading
with the
cleared for takeoff.
departing flight that was supposed to get into Traverse City around the midnight hour. And that was the night before I was supposed to catch my connecting flight to DTW early the next morning. And that aircraft that was supposed to stay at TVC overnight, it did not depart Detroit Metro. So they got to the runway, they were lined up and ready to take off, and they, whatever reason, they had to return back to the McNamara terminal.
100 heading, 12 right, clear for takeoff, Delta 160 heavy, thank you.
Clear for takeoff on 160 heavy.
So after that itinerary got canceled, and I needed to be back before noon because I was paying to have my van parked while I was out of town. I didn't want it to get towed, so I had to be back that day. Took a flight on an Embraer E175LR from TVC direct to Minneapolis, St. Paul, and let me just say, that was a heck of a consolation flight. I missed my opportunity to fly this bird here.
Turn and burn.
Yo, you hear the roar? Woo.
Sun Country 50, 14 Minneapolis Tower. Heavy's rolling the parallel, and then onto left line of fluid for the right curve on.
What a sight.
That too. Climbing out to the northeast.
Delta 160 heavy, cat express, get in.
Delta 150 heavy, slowing.
Incredible departure from A350.
3046.
Yes, it was. Always is.
Push, Oscar.
3046, push for runway 17.9 taxi.
0.9 for taxi.
See, we'll expect 17 Frontier, 3040.
C-14 traffic turbulence, it's a heavy Airbus 350 in the upwind wind, 0904, turn left heading 100, and then 12 left, cleared for takeoff.
Folks, I also wanted to bring this up here today. We had a little equipment upgrade, a very inexpensive one. You might notice that the transmission quality for our ATC scanner is a little bit cleaner than it has been in the past. That's because we got a brand new antenna for it. And my, does this thing have some range? It was a recommendation from our friend Daniel Swanson, big subscriber, big MSP Airport Live fan, friend of the show. Thank you for the recommendation, Daniel. So now, as far as the notable heavies to spot coming up during our broadcast go, still got that MD-11 will be coming in tonight from Louisville, Kentucky. In charge of flight 568. Should be a fun arrival.
Good, 50, 14, departure.
And at the moment, it's all quiet, but it's not going to last for long.
It's 30 minutes out, the MD-11. Matter of fact, we have an inbound Amsterdam flight as well. It's only about 19 minutes out.
Let me guess, Delta 165 heavy.
That's right.
So we'll have a later afternoon Amsterdam 3:30 arrival for Delta.
Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 12 right.
Alright, 17 via Papa Mike, cross 4, hold short at 12 right.
And also to add now Copenhagen and Rome in the mix with 3:30 activity at Minneapolis St. Paul Airport. There's just so much to spot here, and I'll tell you what, it's just fantastic to see. Not only are we getting just probably the best variety of international traffic that we've ever seen here at MSP Airport, at least for us spotters anyway. The frequency of heavies, we're seeing a lot more of them. We're seeing a lot more A350s. It's just, MSP has kind of really come to life here in the last couple of years. And I know, Eric, you've been around the spotting scene for such a long time. How does 2025 compare to previous years spotting in your view? Because you've been out here for probably longer than any of us combined when it comes to spotting experience. And you have a backlog of footage that goes all the way back into the 2010s.
Well, I say 2015 is when this first opened, is when I started here, right? So thinking about that time, that was back when we had the 74s, your company, right? But it was Delta. It switched to Delta, right?
Yes.
At that point. So
635 minutes, ground push for
Yeah.
runway 17.
in terms of traffic, I'd say there's more international flights for Delta now than it was then. But back in the day, we did have that Rome flight, but that was short-lived, right? So because, like
657,
Alex
push
said,
for
it was a
runway 17.9 taxi.
so now they're bringing it back as well.
107 Minneapolis ground push for runway
So I'm just checking in on the
taxi.
tracking for our inbound Amsterdam flight. They're actually about to fly right over my family, and that's just east of St. Cloud. So, which they are in Princeton.
Right.
There is a Princeton, Minnesota, and that's where my family is.
All right.
And they do have a little municipal airport up there. And I have seen it when I've been up with them, because yeah, they're literally about to fly almost right over their house. And so that would be from where we are at in comparison. They're north and west of us.
So one thing I do miss from back in the 2015s and those earlier teens, I should say, was the Air France A340 flights that we used to get a lot of. That's a big difference from now, right? So we had, what was it, earlier this year when we had Lufthansa sending the 340s here.
That's right.
That was a regular occurrence back.
That was crazy.
In those years, up to
Secretary 635, taxi to Charlie 1, Charlie Sierra Kilo.
2018, 2019 is what I heard just before the outbreak of the COVID pandemic, but
Was that for Frontier Flight 3046?
Those were spectacular.
Oh, I'm sorry, Frontier 3046.
All the time, those were spectacular. I gotta hold the mic up closer to my mouth here.
Delta
We've switched.
Yeah, we're
RJ
taking
has
turns.
the headset, and now I have the handheld mic. And
Yeah.
you got to remember to keep your mic up to your mouth. So
Yeah, taking turns.
we're taking turns.
Yeah.
We'll chip in and get a third headset, right? It's a lot easier to work with.
yeah, hey, support the broadcast. Become an MSP Airport Live
Yes,
member for as low as $3 a month. You get an
166.7.
interactive stream experience in addition to helping us out.
6.7.
Fun equipment upgrades and helping us to do more with our wonderful shows out here that we get to enjoy putting on for all of you and getting to share all the great spotting activity, all of the memories that we've made over the last maybe about a year or so that we've been regularly broadcasting to YouTube, and just to be able to share it with great people like you, Eric and RJ. It means a lot to me, and
1476.
I'm sure many of the folks watching at home or wherever they roam that are interested in all things MSP Aviation or really just want a closer front row seat to the action in general when it comes to these live plane spotting broadcasts, because you don't really get a whole lot of special places like these to do something like this, and to us that means a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping an eye on my dad's airport and his runways.
O'Hare Aviation, welcome to Economy. Thank you for becoming an MSP Airport Live member. Have fun using those new member emojis as well. And of course, priority replies too. O'Hare Aviation also asks us, is the Air France 787 on the ground? The answer to that is no. And that's because it has yet to arrive, and we'll catch the landing right here on 12 right. So stick around.
Also missed the U.S. Airways livery too. Before they taken over by American, right? Mm-hmm. And that was something we should see a lot of. So there's a little bit less variety now, right, in terms of that.
A good friend of the show, contributor to MSP Airport Live, Joe Pettit, with Pettit Aviation, does some wonderful photography. And he's originally from New Jersey, and he grew up seeing U.S. Airways, and that was one of his favorite liveries, and if not his favorite. So big shout out to you, Joe. But yeah, U.S. Airways was a airline that held a special place in his heart, and why not?
Yeah,
and U.S. Airways, their Navy livery was super sharp. Super sharp livery.
I was upset because I never got to catch my Pittsburgh Steeler livery. They had that Pittsburgh Steeler livery. And they had the Eagles, I believe it was. Eagles, the Steelers, what else? I can't think of all the teams they had, but they did have some nice special liveries.
So
kind of like America West did too, right? They had like the Phoenix Suns.
So a little interesting info as it relates to U.S. Air. Back when I was living down in the Tampa area where I was at, we had a neighbor down the street who was with U.S. Air at the Tampa airport. I think he took up an offer maybe for early retirement when the merge happened. What was it, with American?
Yes.
And I think, but I'm not totally sure, he was head of ground ops at Tampa for U.S. Air. So there were a few of us that had airline connections in our neighborhood. I had another neighbor down the street. She was a flight attendant flying international for Northwest, so she was commuting until she retired. Of course, then there was Mom and I, so we had the airline industry well represented. So a small update on some of our pending arrivals. As it was just mentioned, Air France flight 634, our 78, is due in at 5:36. Of course, that's local time here in the Twin Cities. We're in the Central Time Zone. And then ahead of them is our Shamrock Aer Lingus flight, our A321, was it a Neo?
Neo, yes.
Is due in at 5:21.
Long range, extended long range.
And it's
is it the XLT?
It's XLR.
Oh, you haven't been out here for one of these arrivals, have you?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I've been out here for that. Yeah.
Okay.
And the registration was XLT. It's XLR, but the registration is XLT.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
It's 57.
Yes.
You get into
I
the
caught the first time I
17,
caught it.
there's a
Actually, I was
3.2
inside
of the aircraft.
volunteering.
Oh, there you
So I
go.
was up
Yeah,
on
there
the
you go.
observation deck
Sequence,
and caught its
short
Nice.
arrival
There you
over
go.
there.
I'll call you up
And
when
then
it's
I
time
was
on
here one day
123.6.
when it arrived on 35, and then I just saw him taxi by here on Whiskey.
4169 Minneapolis Tower, flight 150, wind 3505.
All right, so we're going to take a look at the traffic flow today that we've been currently observing. So we're in what's called a mixed flow. So we have most of the departures going behind us west side on runway 17, and 17 being used exclusively for departures when arrivals, because that would conflict with the arrival paths for the parallels on the 12 heading, 12 right, 12 left. That red flag pin is where we're located here at the viewing area, but you can see just with our location and proximity to the action, we have to keep our wits about us when we're out here just so we don't miss anything. But I think it's a good problem to have, right? Because, a lot of airports, it's usually, towards the outer boundaries of the airport, but the viewing area is special here because you're in the middle of the action. So we have 1-2 right and 1-2 left open for arrivals. 1-2 right is also being used for the heavy departures and other aircraft, other narrow bodies that need a little extra room to get airborne. So that's a look at our operations flow here for our broadcast this evening, Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Yeah, you have to be an owl. Your head can turn 360.
Yeah. That's a really good way to put it. Yeah, you kind of have to have the have the head of an owl. Excellent vision, good range of motion. Sometimes you got to have eyes in the back of your head.
4236 Minneapolis Tower, 1-2 left, final point.
Got an Embraer 175 LR arriving north side on 1-2 left.
3575 from Newark.
Call sign at Brickyard. It's a Republic Airways flight for United Express.
And another update on 165 from Amsterdam. They are down to 4,000 feet, and they are due in about 2 minutes. And they will be coming in from off to our left on runway 12 right.
Before that, we got aircraft coming in from Alex's stomping grounds, Charlotte.
That'd be my younger brother. He goes in and out of Charlotte all the time. Actually lives down in the Greenville area.
Okay. How much do you get out to see him?
Not as often as I'd like, I'll just say that. I love Charlotte Douglas International. I think it's a fantastic airport, except in the morning.
Except in the morning, why is that?
It's hell on earth.
That busy?
Just that busy.
It is that busy in the morning at Charlotte Douglas. It's a long time before touchdown to being able to disembark off the aircraft at your gate. It's just so busy. And the airport is expanding at a rapid pace.
Mm-hmm. Now, they also have a viewing area, too, I believe, right?
They did. They call theirs their airport overlook.
Overlook, okay.
Yeah, and there's a lot of fun amenities and things there at that overlook that just go over the top. They got a full playground there. They've got a spot for food trucks. They've got restrooms. They've got.
I was about to say, but do they have a porta potty? That's all I want to know.
Rate of push with Oscar.
4266.
This is 2140.
107 turn right heading 215.
737 800.
And then the next arrival behind them will be our 165 Heavy from Amsterdam Delta. A330-3 former Northwest. Registration on that one when it touches down is 815 Northwest.
Hotel gate.
Frontier 3223, Hotel 9.
You turn left, join Alpha contact.
Not quite as fast and furious now that we're back to the...
Slow down a bit.
So here we go. Here's our first replay of the broadcast. Finally was able to get that working. They touched down on the
They
late
glided
side a little bit, yeah.
They glided a little bit. I've noticed that in some of the touchdowns today.
5 trail the heavy Airbus, wind variable at 5, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear to land 1.
Secretary
Clear to
635,
land.
flooding 135, contact departure.
2140, taxi Alpha Delta, hold
I
short of
see
Charlie
'em.
5.
Alpha Delta, short
They're
RJ, I
way
have a
off in the
question for you.
distance.
Go for it.
What's your favorite aircraft?
7-4 back in the days when my dad flew.
Okay.
Dash 1 and 200s.
Okay.
657,
200s
wheels up,
even.
time of
Okay.
398.
Yes,
Just a
well,
couple more minutes, I guess,
unfortunately,
out
when
here.
everything happened to him, he never had the chance to fly the 400. And I'll tell you, the last time my mom and I did an Alaska cruise, and we sailed round trip out of Seattle. We actually did, it was a 2-week cruise, which was unusual, but, you know, we were, you know, was something that was open to us to do at the time. So we allowed an extra night in Seattle before we flew back, specifically to go spend some time at the Museum of Flight out there. And I know things have changed out there since we were there. A lot of the aircraft that they had stored outside on display are now undercover. But of course, they have the original 747 out there that was built by Boeing. And you could get right up to it, you could reach up your hand up and touch it, the whole 9 yards. And the one thing that my mom said to me was it took a special person to fly that airplane. My uncle was one of them, and so was my dad. He was the other. Because it's such a big airplane.
The Delta 73 leaving, they'll be going out at the Charlie 5 intersection.
Queen of the sky.
Absolutely.
After the 73, we'll also go to Echo 8.
All right, our 330 is here.
Echo 8.
Originally we had Echo 5.
Oh, okay. Well, we're good. 35,
All right, salute
75.
ready.
Left at Charlie 6. Turn left at Delta. Turn right on Quebec.
330, 300.
All right, Charlie 6 left on Delta. And then the alley for Echo 8, Brickyard, B579.
3575 Delta, no factor. You're just going to go left and left.
Copy, Brickyard. 700, turn off the end. For now, fly runway heading. Runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Circuit 2140, taxi via Delta. You can cut the corner at your discretion, taxi via Delta all the way to Echo 11.
Yeah, that's all I got. 20. And up 2260, right, dog leg, 12 right, Fox 9.
Delta 2262, Minneapolis Tower, wind 3508, runway 12 right, clear to land.
We'll take a look at the A330 arrival once again with our instant replay.
Alpha, contact ground point 9.
Left down, point 9, exit.
The A330 is one of those aircraft that you really just don't see a hard landing from. It's so graceful and elegant when those aircraft make contact with the pavement, when they come in for that smooth landing.
Alpha Delta 165.
That's what you call a skilled pilot right there.
Flight 3223,
Exactly.
ready to taxi off Hotel Niner.
3223, runway 17, taxi Delta.
So how much have you flown an A330?
Cross runway 4.
Just once.
Oh,
But I want to get on the Neo.
Cross runway 4 for runway 17, Frontier Flight 3223.
900. Haven't been blessed to fly that. Or the 200.
so I did a trip. One of the trips that I did before I moved back up from Florida was I have a cousin, their husband, out in Scottsdale, Arizona. So they offered me an invite to come out for a visit. And I flew Tampa, Atlanta on a 7.6. Atlanta, Phoenix on a 7.6. But when I came back, I was on an A330, and I booked that flight on purpose to get on one.
That's what you do.
Yep.
That's what it's all about. We have flight 2516 from Philadelphia, A320.
What are they doing?
Yeah, they long roll too as well.
Wow.
Wow, that was a nice glide.
Secretary 67, turn right heading 215, contact departure.
Let's see, what's the age on this? 33 years on this aircraft. This is
We got to take another look at this.
Yes.
This is why we have instant
Let's see.
replay. So this is following the touchdown of this aircraft. Look at how long it keeps that front nose gear in the air. It's like it's doing a wheelie.
Nice.
And they're still doing
Wow,
it.
and they're still doing it.
Have you ever seen that before?
No.
Because it'd be the
I mean,
wind.
that's all the way down to Signature, isn't it? Maybe past Signature?
Right about there.
Yeah.
They're almost towards the end of the G concourse by the time they finally got that front gear down. That is incredible.
Wow.
Yeah, let's ground over 25, 60, Alpha for D, Charlie 3.
Yeah, I see him way down there, too. Wow.
We're going to take another look at this again.
The replay is on an encore.
76 Minneapolis, sorry to be 2 arrivals.
They should have put the nose gear down kind of back towards where it passed by that windsock there. But they just kept going on that main gear assembly without the front gear touching quite yet.
Kind of looked like he went up a little bit, too.
Yes, I noticed that.
Flared a little bit.
Kind of wondering if they were fighting something, too.
Yeah, could be.
Certainly unusual from the spotter's perspective, I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Isn't that something? So that replay is getting saved in the catalog for later when we go over our stream highlights later tonight. Stick around. Yeah, we're going to have to do
made that. That made that list.
It'll be our runway recap for our broadcast tonight. Stick around.
Left at Alpha 3, join Alpha.
We'll have all that coming your way. But yeah, certainly that is a interesting landing from the ex-Northwest A320.
You know, I was just thinking too, Alex, another thing I missed from back in the day was a lot of those Super 80s that American had. And I just still kick myself in the butt for not flying on one.
2262, what's your gate number?
Well, if you get enough money together, maybe you can charter one.
Maybe, right? Who would it be? Atlantic? Who was that?
Be an Av Geek. Just get all of the MSP Av Geeks, pull a bunch of money together, have this Av Geek caravan and a Super 80 and
Joe Pettit and I were talking about that. We should try to charter a private jet or something one of these days.
It's not as expensive as people think, too, contrary to popular belief about chartering a private jet.
All right.
1476.
Got 2526 A320 from Baltimore.
Oh, it's a salute.
You know, next time I go to the... Hold on, let me hear that. Reversers.
Hold the position, wind 0408, runway 12 right, clear to land.
I was telling you, be quiet, Eric.
What's that?
I was saying, be quiet, Eric.
Yes, exactly. The reversers got it. That's more important than my voice.
Oh, brother.
Who we have here? RJ, who do we have here lining up?
We have Delta Flight 1476 headed off to Detroit, a 73-9, and of course all the 9s with Delta are ERs.
12 right, clear for takeoff.
Yes.
Heading 120, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Because they have extra fuel capacity to fly further. Extra range. ER.
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 You say scimitar or scimitar winglets?
Everybody's heavy today.
Yes.
All flights are going out full. That's a good thing.
More 1-2 right departures.
Yes.
Yes, I like that. The MD-11 should be due shortly here. It's in Apple Valley.
Contact Depart show 14762.
Apple Valley is a south suburb of St. Paul.
I think you told me that with this new antenna, you were picking up reception out just in that direction, that far from MSP.
Yeah, I happen to live out that way, and so I got the new antenna just yesterday for our scanner. Was testing it out. Turned the scanner on, and because it's already picking up tower and ground frequencies, it's already programmed to pick up both.
So it was just an antenna upgrade.
That is correct. It was picking up ground frequency from the South Metro, which is like 5 miles or so away, maybe more than that. I'm like, good grief. This thing's got some range.
Yeah, our UPS arrival is on the downwind. They're headed in a northwesterly direction off to our west. Got to get my directions correct. Had to turn and adjust them a little bit since we're back to runway 12 right and 30 left.
One Roger.
In this case today, it's 12 right.
Correct.
Touching down from Louisville is SkyWest 3653 and Embraer 175 LR.
I think that's the shortest landing today.
3653, turn left to Delta, contact ground point 9er. Delta point 9, goes 3653.
Wait till you see a mosquito landing.
That's true. Yeah, he turned right away, yeah.
Goes 3653, turn 26. 3653, mass contact, see Delta.
We'll take another look here on the landing roll for our Embraer 175 LR.
Inbound for runway 12 right.
And I'll tell you what, they came to a stop in a jiffy. Usually they will roll far beyond the point from where they turned off the runway at, and I don't know, must have been flying into MSP Airport Light, or somebody had a lead foot in the cockpit with the brakes.
All right, so our UPS, looks like they're about number 3 for arrival at the moment.
Target on you, Delta 2981, visual 12 right. Delta 2981, Minneapolis Star, wind variable at 3, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, Delta 2981, park the gate, Gulf 6.
Roger.
Oscar 353, meter to the 8, this is Oscar, push approved, runway 12 left, point 9 for taxi.
Yeah, I do miss those Delta MD-90s too as well. One thing about now too is that the aircraft are so much more quiet, right? With these new engine options compared to the other aircraft.
Especially the 330-900s.
Yes, so whisper quiet.
I call them the silent giants.
Everything is quieter.
You got the Max, the all the Neos.
Here's Delta 2524 from Myrtle Beach. An A319. Even though it's got an MB tail number, it is a former Northwest aircraft. Back in the times when they came out, that's how they were issued. And I think I've mentioned this before. We're not sure why that they ended in NB.
4 and trail of 737, wind
yeah, that is curious.
Runway 12 right, clear to land.
Nowadays, any chance I get to fly on a 319, I will do it. 320s and 319s before they're gone.
Well, you know, when I did my trip out to Denver to ski this spring, I specifically came back on the flight that I did because it was an A320.
Right. That's what you do when you're a av geek.
Oh, have to.
You have to.
And I would have gone out on one. The conflict that I was seeing was because of the departure from here and the arrival time out in Denver being what it was, around rush hour, and then you know, getting the baggage and getting my gear and then checking in for my shuttle. I was staying at Keystone, and then at that time of the day with rush hour traffic, because it is a bit of a ride to get out into the mountains from the airport, and the airport itself is a little bit of a hike before you even start it up into the mountains. So I said, I don't know if I want to fool with getting out there later and maybe after dark. And
I hear you.
So I went out on an earlier flight out of here that left around 1, and that way I got in out there at a better time and got the shuttle, and you could enjoy and take in the scenery of the drive, getting out there under daylight.
I'm not sure how far you're going, but
get in out there and, you know, start to kind of get settled into your room and your surroundings for your time to be out there. So, but I made it a point to come back on one.
$29.81 for another ATL flight, 739 Delta. Oh, we can see our MD-11 on final. All the way from Louisville.
MD-11 wind is variable at 4, runway 12.
Tri-holer.
Yes, an hour and 34 minutes.
My dad, in the time that he flew the DC-10, that's the cousin.
What's the major difference between the two, the DC-10 and the MD-11?
Probably just a newer variant.
Yeah, the MD-11 was actually a stretched version of the DC-10 that featured a glass cockpit, and also the ailerons were also redesigned in addition to the cockpit upgrade to the all-glass interface.
So my dad loved flying the 10 because of the big cockpit windows. And it was one of the first classes with Northwest of pilots that trained to fly it.
All right, here we go. Let's watch and listen as
get them delivered.
As our MD-11 comes in.
Yeah. They bounced.
Every time I see one of these tri-holers, I'm reminded of a famous ATL YouTuber that likes to sing the song, but I won't do that. Well, let's see what we got here.
Didn't quite see the bounce there.
This is Oscar, push approved, runway 12 left.
Yeah, I think I saw a couple of puffs of smoke landing, unless it was one side and then the other.
32, Minneapolis meters, this is Echo departure, this pop up, Minneapolis altimeter 3027. Small aircraft data, pop current altimeter 3027.
We got another arrival coming in here on runway 12 right. Eric.
Yes, sir.
Where's this one coming from?
5593
Bozeman, flight 2946, A321.
right, taxi stop.
2348,
Are we going to get a mic?
Looks like we're going to get a mic.
Okay. I'm going to try for another wave.
Alright, pop,
See if we get a wave this time. See if we can get a wave.
We got one.
We got one.
We got a wave.
We got a wave. Yes, you're successful, RJ. Yes. I guess you can no longer say that UPS pilots don't wave.
So we got one.
We did.
Oh, awesome. Thank
Awesome.
you, UPS. So I was actually off the headset. So I wasn't watching
See if we
anything.
can catch a little bit of that wave here. Nope.
Have to watch it on replay.
I have to set the replay delay further back, though, in order to be able to catch it. But yeah, we were able to see that wave just faintly.
And I have one of those remove before flight tags that I was holding in my hand. Maybe that helped with the visual.
I'm willing to bet that's what got him to see us and wave back. So there you go, RJ. Show everybody. You got the remove before flight tag.
The motion.
Yeah, that flight tag right here. Remove before flight. There we go.
I have an extra prop.
You know what you got to do? You got the sporting games. You got to whip it around like this. There we go. It's our rally tag. Let's go, everybody.
Let's get 353 house room before you move.
Woo!
One moment. I'll ask 350.
So I've been able to get 2 of those now.
Tower Delta 2936 visual. 1 to right.
Yeah, I was able to catch them waving back this time. We tried it before because I was actually trying to get a nice close-up of the number 2 engine. That's the tail engine on the MD-11. You know, back when we were in this runway configuration a little more than a month ago, they had taxied on Mike. You had waved to him, you got a wave back, and I was focused on a nice image of the rear of the aircraft and not the cockpit to get the wave back. This time we got it, though.
Yes!
Awesome.
That'll be a highlight of today's stream. And I think I got this at the Sun and Fun Fly-In.
So you've mentioned it before in our broadcast, but for those who are just kind of tuning in or just heard about it, what is Sun and Fun? And from what I hear, it's a pretty cool aviation event that happens down in Florida every year.
The Sun and Fun Fly-In is held sometime usually around late March, early April at the airport in Lakeland. And Lakeland is about halfway between Tampa and Orlando. There's a big EAA presence. It is on the scale of Oshkosh, an air venture. It's the same type of an event. So it doesn't run quite as long. I think it runs like a Tuesday through Sunday. So it's maybe a day or two shorter. But it's the same exact type of an event. And there's air shows almost daily. They do a night show. They do a drone show one of the nights. One of the years that I went, I pulled an all-dayer and did both a day and night show. For me, where I was living, I could do it in a day trip. Splurged a little bit and got a daily pass to the 927 Club, which is the kind of like a little bit more of a VIP experience for the day. Show center for the air shows. The one thing that's really kind of funny in a way that happens down there on occasion now is that there's a new facility that Amazon built at that airport for all of their cargo flights. So on occasion, during Sun and Fun, when they're doing the air show, they have to put a pause so that aircraft for Amazon can do an arrival or departure. So it's kind of like a photobomb of the air show.
They should get Amazon to sponsor their little intermission.
So, but it's, you know.
Now it's time for the Sun and Fun intermission, sponsored by Amazon Prime.
Either one of you want to guess where this flight, Spirit flight, is headed? Without looking at your cell phone?
Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Okay. I won't look. I would have lost on that one.
I don't believe they have that many destinations from MSP anymore, right? Spirit?
Let alone a 321.
Right.
Captain Paul Hansen special.
That's right.
Runway 12 right, clear 2 land.
Delta 2936 arriving from Salt Lake City.
Delta 321.
737-900 ER.
And a little bit more about Sun and Fun. It is a very, very popular, well-attended event down there.
So something worth going to?
Oh, absolutely. If you're down there are going to be thinking about making a trip down there in the spring, especially around that time frame, late March, early April, go online and check to see when that year's event is going to be held. And if you're an av geek and you're going to be in the Tampa area or even in Orlando, I mean, it's close enough. You can make a full day trip out of it. There's plenty to see and do, and it's a lot of fun. I know Mom and I did it pretty regularly, and then unfortunately after I lost her, I went a couple more times before I left Florida and moved back up.
Sorry for your loss.
So yeah, thank you. Yeah, it was not an easy time, but those type of events in life never are.
No, they're not. So we've got a A220 1613 Delta arriving from Kansas City. Actually, I want to get out to Kansas City because they have the brand new terminal out there, don't they? Brand new terminal, Kansas City.
Delta 2695, visual 12 right.
Newish.
2695, Mayhem Tower number 2, wind estimated 360 at 5, runway 12 right, clear 2 land.
Clear to land 12 right, Delta 2695.
Be fun to get out to Kansas City and go check out Worlds of Fun. Worlds of Fun is a
are you continuing to 17?
pretty awesome amusement park that's located in the Kansas City area. Got some really fun roller coasters over there too.
On the left at Alpha 4, join Alpha, contact ground point, and enter.
Alpha 4, Alpha 4, 9, North Delta 1614.
Alpha Tower, check transponder on, code 3601.
3601, we just signaled it. 590.
Turn left heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Turn left heading 14017, clear for takeoff, change 348. Delta 29.
Thanks. Delta 1613, say again, engage.
All right, everybody. How are we doing? How's our feed looking?
Secretary 8101, contact via Whiskey Delta. Sun Country 3032, runway 17, line up and wait.
Tower 3522, visual
3522 Minneapolis Tower, number 3, wind estimated 360 at 5, runway 1, correction, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, Tower 3522.
Tower 3842, must contact the
It's 2348, contact departure.
2348.
Pop up, Charlie.
Delta 2036, make the left turn, Charlie, and come back to the gate.
Charlie, come back to the gate.
Working on fixing some behind-the-scenes stuff here. Had to take a moment to step away from the action here when we got that sorted out here. We should be okay here for the most part.
3032, turn left heading 140, wind 060 at 8, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 2695, turn left at Alpha 3, join Alpha, contact ground, point 9er.
Alpha 3, Alpha, join and contact ground.
We got to pull up this comment here from one of our members, Nate Lindemann, chimed in just with the wave that you gave the MD-11 with the
Alpha 3, join Alpha for
that remove before flight tag.
2697, contact the Alpha.
Nate Lindemann says, nice job, RJ. That's the equivalent of pumping your fist up and down to get the semi-truck driver to honk its air horn.
Well, I went back to get something in or swap something in and out of my car, and I looked over on the side, you know, on the driver's side, and I saw that red. It's like, oh yeah, that's my remove before flight tag. Just for kicks, get that out and, you know, put that into play for the show today. It's just like, oh yeah, then you can try to maybe use it to flag down a wave back. You never know.
Delta 2528 coming in from San Antonio, A220, 100. And there's the whale.
Just 040 at 10, gust 18.
Sounds like you two are having a whale of a time listening to that.
We sure do.
Turn left at Alpha 3, join Alpha.
We have Republic Airlines coming in on the other runway from LaGuardia. LaGuardia.
I won't say what my mom always used to call LaGuardia. But I think it was a pretty common nickname.
That was flight 4523. I wish all of the Republic Airways were painted in the house colors. I like those house colors.
Kind of wish we got the house livery on that too.
So 401, 402, and 403 that have that house livery, I believe. SkyWest 3522, Sioux Falls. Embraer 175 LR, long range.
Yeah, and I was just thinking of a little bit of a project I need to try to get myself working on. You know, I got a runway light.
How you doing?
Yes.
How'd you manage that?
When the North Parallel runway was closed last summer, then we had a vendor at our aviation collector show over at the hotel across from the Mall of America last fall that they were able to get some of them, and I broke down and got one.
Outstanding.
And I I need to get myself working on that project and try to somehow make it light up. I mean, the wiring is still in it.
Quebec.
Well, check out the replay. That darn building.
Aircraft is 4736 on the visit.
Up to 4736, Minneapolis Tower, number 2, wind 050 at 9er, gust 18,
So,
runway 12 right, clear 2 lines.
I've looked into finding like an extension cord off of Amazon that on the other end you can just like screw in a light bulb and somehow get it up into the top of it, and then hook everything up to like a light sensor timer and plug that into an outlet on the outside of the front of my house.
Awesome.
26, turn left at Alpha 3, turn left on Alpha, and
I just haven't done it.
Point 9er.
Well, that's definitely fitting for you.
Yes.
For a person that uses aircraft terms for driving a car, that is fitting.
Well, that and loading a lift skiing. So, well, once I've set it, and then I meet up with our lift ops team back down at the bottom, and I explained to them why I was using that terminology, and it's just like, oh, I got it. They just don't know where it comes from.
Charlie, Quebec.
And then when I unload a lift at the top, the best part of that is hopefully usually doing a turn and burn. I don't stop. I just unload and go.
Yeah, you just unload and go.
3568 Minneapolis Tower, number 3, wind 030.
RJ, you remember when the road was closer to the viewing area here? So you get photobombed all the time when the vehicles drive by here?
I'm not sure that I do, because I didn't even know about this viewing area until one of the shifts that I did earlier on over at the History Center, when somebody who came in, to see us told me about it, and then, they walked me through finding it here on Google Maps, and I said, oh, wow, I need to go check that out.
Yep.
So... Yeah,
so several years ago, it was for several years we had the road was right here. Alex might remember that, but...
They took out that perimeter road just before I started spotting regularly here, so I don't really remember the perimeter road too much, but yeah, it was quite amusing from what I've heard, just the stories that the friend of the show and friend of mine, Anthony, has told me about, because he's spotted here for many years like you. And, yeah, talking about the perimeter road and
no delay
all
to
the racket those containers would make, those baggage trains, those container trains as they'd move through.
Fuel trucks, you name it. Catering trucks was probably the worst.
All those Bradford Logistics trucks too, I bet.
You remember that the weather aircraft, Miss Piggy?
Yeah.
That was one time it was rotating off of 30 left here. Catering truck right there. It's like, oh, wow. Oh, man.
Oh, brother.
So Lee Harris says there was made a comment here on our chat regarding the runway lights. The one that I have is actually a runway light because it is white. But yeah, you could probably find anything online these days when you search.
Southwest 4736 from Denver, 737-800. I would hazard to guess, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, that's probably our second busiest destination after Chicago from between our route here. Chicago should be the busiest. I think they alternate, I want to say, Denver and Chicago time of year.
I also want to say that that's accurate, too. We got another wide-angle look there at Terminal 1. This is the south side of Terminal 1 here at Minneapolis, St. Paul. If you're just tuning in, welcome to Live Plane Spotting from the heart of the Twin Cities at MSP International Airport. Alex Redding, RJ Bean, Eric Paul, happy to bring you all the action here on this gorgeous Sunday evening from the North Star State in Minnesota.
You know, I was going to say the heavy side as we have a CRJ 900 on final, but so I guess that wouldn't be appropriate.
No, it's an ERJ, Embraer Regional Jet. It's an ERJ 175. Love the E175 LR.
And for those CRJ fans, we've got one on final now coming in.
That's the one I'm talking about.
Yeah,
that's what
coming
I was
in from
referring to.
Madison.
Oh, okay. All right.
But I didn't realize he was tracking on the other runway.
I would have probably thought the same thing too. Yeah, he's going to go north side. Oh wait, no, he's not. He's coming in our way.
Yes. Minneapolis Tower, number 3, wind 06011.
They're touching down on the south parallel.
12 right, clear 2 left.
Clear to land 1912 right, Delta 941.
Coming in from Madison. 3568 SkyWest.
Yeah, it's not quite as fast and furious as it was when we were out here a week ago broadcasting, covering runway 4.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
That was awesome
It was
broadcast, by the
just,
way. The action was something
it was
else.
fast and furious. I mean, a departure would barely rotate and start climbing out, and then the next departure was cleared to go. I mean, it was just...
986 visual 12.
The spacing was incredibly close, and the departures were fast and furious.
Runway 2 right, clear to land, 39.
Yeah, ATC did a heck of a job moving traffic in a very unusual runway pattern and setup when it was needed to kind of work around the south parallel runway construction and safety improvements.
We have the stretch version of the 220 coming in, the 300. Delta 2887 from Austin.
Ground up 412 with the pop, 4 parking, hotspot 1.
412 minutes contact via Papa Charlie, short of Charlie 6.
Papa, Charlie, short of Charlie 6, 412.
So on the north parallel, we'll show it as much as we can, but we've got Shamrock on final.
Yeah, if Alex can pan on over.
All right, we're going to swing left and catch it as it comes in.
Shamrock.
And there is Shamrock. Aer Lingus is here, everybody, with the A321 XLR from Dublin, Ireland.
Taxi 17, Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short 12 right, United 65.
Yeah, 658, you are released to O'Hare between 26 and 27.
I still prefer the all green
Time now,
livery.
9er.
All right, between the...
I think the majority of aviation enthusiasts, including myself, agree with you on that statement, Eric. I think their current livery, it doesn't look bad at all. It's a very nice livery. It's very clean. It's very polished. It's a good modern redesign. I'll give Aer Lingus that. But I'm sorry, it's not going to stimulate the senses quite like their previous corporate livery, which looked absolutely gorgeous.
Right. Delta 941 from Seattle, another 737-900.
And I know, as I shared earlier with an update on Shamrock and Air France, that made me thinking of our Air France arrival from Charles de Gaulle. They are south and a little west of Duluth at about 22,000 feet. They are due in about 24 minutes.
Left on Alpha forward, left on Alpha, ground point 9er, Delta 941. Sun Country 3033 Lima, information Papa taxi.
Sun Country 3033, runway 17 taxi via Lima.
17 via Lima, Sun Country 3033.
So Aer Lingus, to answer an audience question here, Aer Lingus is going to go to Terminal 1. They're going to Concourse E.
Is there's 12 right on Alpha 4 and Alpha now going.
And then they already cleared customs before they left.
That's right. That's why they're going to E and not concourses either F or G. Yep, they do pre-clearance in Dublin before coming over to the United States. They did that last year as well. So everyone's pre-cleared through customs in Dublin. So it's basically just off the airplane when they get to the gate.
And they're here.
Yep, go to baggage claim, take your ride, or get your rental car.
Quebec, Delta 941.
SkyWest 3986 from Milwaukee. Embraer 175 LR.
2.5 out, keep your speed up on Charlie, cross, runway 12 right, turn right on Whiskey, cross, runway 422 to 17.
All right, keeping our speed up, clear to cross, we'll turn right on Whiskey, cross runway 4, and then hold short 17, that is 658.
Sky was 3986, turn left at Alpha 4, join Alpha, contact ground point 9er.
Alpha 4, Alpha ground point 9, Sky was 3986. Alpha 7, 180. Thank you.
Got an ex-Northwest A320 arriving on the north parallel, runway 12 left.
Runway heading, wind 060 at 7, gust 16, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
So that noise in the background is RJ and Eric doing a mic swap here real quick. Eric is going to put on the headset, and RJ is going to take the torch from Eric. Picking up that stick mic. We only have a couple headsets to go around.
All right, there we go. I miss hearing that ATC in the back.
Yeah, me too. But we'll make it work.
Yes. Well, another flight bound for Chicago, flight 658. A320. Let's see how old this is. 23.
Yeah, it's getting up there in age.
Yes. So in the news was about United retiring some aircraft early.
Is it some of their 757s?
I've heard 763s,
That I'm
possibly
not
777s. Thought I might have heard 320s, but don't quote me.
I would not be surprised if 777s and 767s are on deck for retirement, because keep in mind, the oldest commercially airworthy 777s right now are currently flying for United Airlines.
Tower, wind 080 at 8, gust 16, runway 12 right.
You know, one thing I missed not having seen yet today is a 75.
Yeah, right before we started the broadcast, there was one landing. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Right before we started.
I missed it. I hate when that happens.
Yes.
AKA rocket ship and flying pencil.
Oh, yes.
Behind the Delta Airbus, right, Papa Charlie, hold shell 12 right.
Well, we have Endeavor Air 4906
Ember off your left. Back to
coming in from Cedar Rapids.
Via Alpha.
Famous CRJ 900 LR.
Envoy,
Ooh, that was nice audio on that reverse.
Alpha 7, turn left on Alpha. Traffic on Bravo is going to be going opposite direction to you. Just give way to them. Contact ground point 9er.
Left Alpha 7, left Alpha, traffic on Bravo gives way to us, down point 9,
United 658, Minneapolis Tower, runway 17, line up and wait, wind 070 at 9er, gust 16.
Runway 17, United 658.
So Eric, last night I was looking at just kind of your video library, because you post YouTube videos, and I want people to know this. Go check out FX Aviation and Travel on YouTube. It's a very interesting video catalog of all kinds of interesting catches throughout the years at MSP Airport and beyond. And Eric travels quite a bit. Would it be for work or family affair? Or?
No, yeah, I mean, it's all
it's kind of all
leisure.
Over. Yeah.
Right? It's all leisure. It's kind of like what RJ said. I'll hop on a flight just because I want to fly on that aircraft.
Oh, nice.
Or just to make sure I've flown on it, right? Because A lot of us geeks have spreadsheets, right, of all the things we need to do, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, I have a few coming. As a matter of fact, next month I finally have another one coming up. I'm going to fly on United's A321neo for the first time.
Fun.
So I'll get to compare it to Delta's neo, right? So, and then coming back, I'll fly on United's 753, which will also be awesome, right? So you're flying on a new versus a classic.
Yeah, that's an itinerary that I'd love to travel on as well. I think a lot of people will say that too, especially the United A321neos, is because of how new they are.
Yes.
For United, anyway.
Yes, absolutely.
But that is such an interesting comparison, though, and I look forward to seeing that as well.
Yep, I'll definitely post that.
All right, touching down from St. Louis is Delta Flight 1569. It's an A319 with an NV ending on the tail number, so it's a former Northwest. A minibus. So we could put this little quiz out there. She's rolling out past us to the right.
Give it to us.
So one way to tell the difference between an A319 and an A320 is that on an A319 there's only one emergency exit door over the wing. On an A320 there's two. If we want to go even a little bit further, on a 321 there are no doors over the wing, but there's a big door right behind it. And of course the difference, another one between these three is the all range and size. So some of them are going to be shorter or longer than the other. You're going to notice the difference in the length of an A319 versus an A321.
Yep.
Here's another fun quiz item for you.
That's the quiz for today. I know the last go around that I had with braces, my orthodontist, I was giving him aviation lessons every time I was going in for a follow-up. He loved it because he knew I was a nav geek.
Delta 1569 with ground taxi via Alpha.
So true or false, there is an A319 variant with two overwing exit doors. True or false?
I want to say true. Is it Allegiant?
Okay, RJ, what do you wager?
That's what I'm going to say.
Wow, I didn't know that there is a chance that there could have been an A319 with two.
I'm asking if it's true or false.
Right.
Do they exist?
Continue Charlie to
I'll just throw it out there and say true. I don't know.
Okay. You sure?
No, I'm going to say false. I changed my answer. That's my final answer.
Okay. Okay, so RJ, locking it in right there is false. Eric, you said true, right? The answer to that is that it's actually true. There is an A319 with two overwing exit doors. It's actually called the A319S, and it's a variant that is flown by Aviation Airlines that we have seen here at MSP Airport in the past. And I just thought that was one of the more interesting things with that aircraft, because the A319, you know, like RJ you mentioned, only has one overwing exit door typically in the standard variant configuration for the A319, but that A319S variant has that extra overwing exit door, and Allegiant, low-cost carrier here in the States, happens to fly that aircraft, and I think that that's just super cool.
Huh, so were they the only airline that ordered that one?
To my knowledge, they're the only one in the U.S. that operates it. Now, Delta, also speaking about odd aircraft variants or odd alterations of particular aircraft variants, Delta had a fleet of 767s that had an uneven number of exit doors, or an extra exit door. I can't remember which one.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was like a European, like special order configuration type 767 that Delta flew. They were super odd.
So Alex is panning over.
I was here with my girlfriend yesterday. She loved it. It was her first time.
We've got Delta 2212 arriving from Fort Lauderdale.
Charlie
like we got Air France is about 5 minutes out.
It's our 787-9 Dreamliner. Thanks for the heads up, Eric Paul.
Yep, one of our viewers let us know a few minutes ago when it was running parallel to 169.
All right, left Alpha 4, and then join Alpha ground point 9. So, good afternoon, Delta 2212, Alpha, looking for AC30.
Delta 2212 is contact the gate via Alpha. Have a good day.
Alpha, good day, Delta.
MSP Airport Live, yeah. You do this every day? No, I wish no, but yeah, maybe about once or twice a week. It depends on my day. So people are watching you premium. Just starting out. Watching airplanes, yeah. Full sound, 18 picture, everything.
Wow. 50 Minneapolis Tower, fly runway heading, wind 030 at 8, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
All right, what do we have next here? Flight 2271 arriving from Denver. A321, an hour and 24 minutes in flight.
It's the Delta Cadillac, the A321.
You know, I don't mind flying on those, actually.
Alpha point 9, Delta 2231.
I find the Airbus cabins to be a little bit more comfortable than the Boeing cabins.
I will echo that statement.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 040
and I will echo that loudly because you get into the main cabin seat of a Airbus narrow-body jet. Yeah, it's a little bit pressed for space, but it's not bad at all. Like, okay, this is not too bad. You get into the Boeing main cabin seats on their narrow bodies, even their wide bodies, and you're kind of
like,
you're pressed for space a little bit, and you're like,
I mean, unless you're doing economy plus or something, yeah, you're hurting a little bit.
Yeah, and in fact, there's a reason behind that. The standard seat width on the Boeing aircraft is 17 inches. Airbus has a standard main cabin seat width of 18 inches.
There you go.
So there's an extra inch in the seat width on Airbus aircraft versus Boeing aircraft in the narrow-body market.
505, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Now, in Delta's fleet, there is a Boeing aircraft that has a main cabin seat that is 18 inches wide. Can you guess what aircraft that is?
No, I cannot.
I'll give you some clues. They take off like rocket ships.
Oh, 7.5. No?
No, not a 7.5. It was a project that was resurrected by Boeing at the merger with McDonnell Douglas in 1996, released in 2000.
Are you talking about?
The 717,
the
that's
MD-95s?
correct. Yep. So that aircraft started in development with McDonnell Douglas just before the merger with Boeing as the MD-95, a shortened version of the MD-90, which is the Super 90 of the DC-9 aircraft. And then when the two companies, McDonnell Douglas and Boeing, merged, when they became one, Boeing decided to continue development of the 717.
4001 Minneapolis Tower Company.
They renamed the MD-95 project to the 717 project, added their own touches to it, and I think it was a pretty good success.
Absolutely.
I love flying on the 717s.
So did I, especially when they were AirTran. Now, Air France is third out on final, and currently in St. Louis Park.
That's around your neck of the woods.
Yes, absolutely.
West
I
Metro.
see a lot of them. Yeah, I see a lot of them flying over. We've got Southwest 5264 coming in from St. Louis, 737-700. Was it, I believe it in 2014 2019, I was lucky enough to fly on one of their 300
Whiskey
versions.
Delta to the gate, monitor ground point.
Oh, wow.
It was a flight from Denver to Santa Fe.
Brand 634 Tango Heavy, Minneapolis Tower.
No, Albuquerque, I'm
wind
sorry.
020
Wow.
at 8.
Albuquerque.
Isn't that a throwback?
Sunport. Yeah, that's a throwback. That's right. Every time I see those Southwest, I think of that flight. That was nice.
Throwbacks are the best, I'll just say that. Retro
Absolutely.
liveries, you know, even in sports, retro uniforms.
Yes.
Those were the times. But I think it's also important to remember, as much as we like to reminisce on the past, it's important to enjoy the times that we have now.
Oh, absolutely. Live in the present. Enjoy the past.
We got one more arrival here on runway 12 right, and then we've
Southwest.
got Air France. Will be gracing MSP Airport with its presence, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. But it'll be behind this arrival.
Southwest 4001 coming in from Dallas, DAL.
Wind 010 at 8, runway 12 left. Clear.
This is a Max 8. Very quiet. I actually can see Air France on final now.
I believe that was Whiskey 5, Whiskey Delta, monitor point 9, Southwest 4001.
4001 is correct, no delay out, please.
So here we go, next in line for arrival on 12 right.
Number 2, wind 020 at 9er, gust
Air
18.
France.
Runway 12 left, clear 2 length.
8 hours and 8 minutes. 6:34. Alex, tell me you got a replay on that.
Well, we're going to work on it here. Indeed we will, Eric.
All right.
Brand 634 Tango B, turn left at Alpha 3, join Alpha, contact ground point 9er.
Outstanding.
Wing flex still impressive as it always is.
Absolutely.
On the 787.
Yes. Beautiful.
Other than the 747, I don't know about you, but it's probably the second best looking airframe that Boeing has conceived. Yeah, the Dreamliners are just drop dead gorgeous.
As far as heavies go, yes. I would say so. It is gorgeous. Immediately liked it. It took a while for, unlike like the 350, which I now like, it took a while for it to grow on me, right? But the second I saw the Dreamliner, I was like, that's sleek.
That was me with the 350, and I'm like, ooh, you got to be kidding me. That thing is sick looking.
Well, at first I was like, look at the nose. It's so flat, right? It's much flatter than not as round, right? But I still like it. I like those cockpit windows on those. But yeah, that was sweet.
We'll go ahead and take another look at our Air France arrival from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Yeah, I think this landing here, just in perfect light out here in the evening, deserves a second look. And why not with a 787-9 Dreamliner? The Dreamliner has the best looking wings in the business.
Absolutely.
2166, turn right at Papa 3.
Folks, we also want to celebrate a member milestone here for our friend Daniel, who's been an MSP Airport Live member now for 14 months. That's over a year. Thank you so much, Daniel.
Thank you.
Daniel also says, great show. Glad 12 Right is open again.
We are too. Now, at some point, they do close it again, right?
They will.
Do we know exactly when again?
I
don't recall myself.
Mid to late August is when they're going to close it to complete the reconstruction and safety improvements for our beloved South Parallel runway. They worked on one half here in the spring. So they started in April.
Okay.
And through most of May. And it actually reopened ahead of schedule for the busy summer travel season.
That's what I thought, yeah, because I was surprised to see it open last week. Yeah.
Because technically it was supposed to have reopened yesterday.
Okay.
But it opened ahead of schedule, which is always great to see.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, and the construction crews that were regrading half of our South Parallel runway that we've been enjoying the action from here today did an excellent job with their assignment and were able to complete everything ahead of schedule. So it's always great to see.
Yes.
Because usually if we're talking about construction, folks, it's not too savory, but we do want to point out when there is a job well done. So credit is due there to the folks who worked hard to get that project completed.
Absolutely.
So we do want to point that out there. But yeah, we'll have another round of runway closures here upcoming in the month of August. It'll then be through the month of September before construction will be all done with our South Parallel runway. Say we're doing one half, taking a break for the summer, and then towards the end of summer, and then right into fall, they're going to complete the rest.
Yes.
But they're going to be working down at the 30 left end of our South Parallel runway here that we're currently spotting.
Sure. Yes. Yep. Got to make those improvements and updates.
Yep. And then
these things are used so much.
Yeah, and we also saw them do it to the North Parallel last summer.
Yes. And that was fun because then everything was over here.
Right. I will say there were times where it was kind of disappointing because when they would run what I like to call the 710 split ops, where everything was either on the north side of the field or on the west side of the field where you really couldn't see anything from here. It was just kind of, out of the way. And that's why we really didn't run a whole lot of broadcasts. But when they were running runway 4 for departures at the Sierra intersection and runway 35 for arrivals, so they're arriving over Bloomington, over the Mall of America on approach to MSP Airport. That was the time to be out here, and holy cow!
Yep, I
managed
best to get out here once. Yep, for that. Yep.
Yeah, some of the best spotting I think that I've been able to be a part of in the last few years.
Yep.
So I mean that brought with it some incredible opportunities for spotting.
Yes.
Probably my favorite memory, and this still sticks out. This was back on May 2nd. A350 came in to arrive on runway 4.
Yeah, I saw that broadcast. That was nice when it landed. That was a surprise.
Because we were thinking,
everything else was coming in 35, so.
Right, because they usually make a right turn to get in line on the downwind and then make a left base or a left turn all the way around to get in queue for the arrival path on that glide slope to land on runway 35. And when they continued headed towards the direction of runway 4 on the runway 4 approach path, RJ and I, we kind of realized at that point in time, we're going to get something pretty special here that's going to happen on our broadcast. And, well, that's exactly what unfolded.
Right.
That was still my favorite moment of the day. I mean, the Discover inaugural arrival and departure was something special, I'll tell you what. Not to detract from the main event that day, but if there was a show stealer, just a show-stopping moment, that was it.
That was it.
The A350 stole the show.
Yes.
With the arrival on runway 4 with Delta 170 from Seoul.
Yep.
Speaking of which, we have yet to catch.
So right now we have 2 coming in about 20 minutes from now. We have the Iceland Air Max 9, and we have the Sunwing 737-800. So the question is, will they land over here or will they land north?
That's a really good question because Icelandair, they like to take that north side for arrival typically. And they like to come to the south parallel for departure later on in the evening.
Yes.
But there are times when Icelandair,
will
either due to traffic or just out of preference, they will land here on runway 12 right, which is honestly what I think would be cool to see on our show today.
South main base, monitor ground point.
Especially both.
I'm hedging my bet that Sunwing livery WestJet aircraft is going to be arriving on the north side, runway 12 left.
Yeah, given their, if you look at their where they're coming from, their track over here. Now you could kind of cheat and look at the waypoints, right?
Yep.
If you go into FlightAware, but
if you're our colleague Logan Justice,
he would have done that already. Logan would have been all on that, and he would have been able to tell us. So shout out to Logan, yes indeed. Let's see, what do we have for departures coming in?
Minneapolis ground Delta 8882, taxi from Signature and Whiskey 5 Papa.
Delta 8882.17, taxi via Whiskey, cross to 4.
They are doubling, but they're running a little bit late. They're supposed to have a 6:15 departure, but now it's 6:31, and that's a 200, A330 200.
Because they did start that service, I think, with the A330-900 Neo before they bumped it down to the A330-200.
Yes,
but I almost prefer to see the A330-200. There's only 11 in Delta's fleet, by the way.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
what's the engines on those? Because they do have a nice takeoff growl.
They do. It's a D-rated version of the Pratt & Whitney PW4000 series engines that are equipped to the Dash 300 variant of the A330s that Delta flies, that were all originally ordered by Northwest Airlines. The Pratt & Whitney-powered A330s were all delivered to Northwest Airlines in the 2000s. And all the A330-200s were delivered in time to Northwest before the merger with Delta by 2008. Delta had a big roster of A330s, and they had a whole lot of Northwest influence, and so you see this sort of pattern with Delta really clinging to their Airbus operations and preferring Airbus over Boeing. That really kind of was kindled by Northwest Airlines going all the way back to the end of the 20th century when Northwest Airlines was, starting to really work with Airbus at that time. And they were working with Boeing as well, especially for the 757s, which just Northwest loved those aircraft.
Yes.
They loved the Dash 300 variant, the stretched version, so much. They tried to go back to Boeing in the early 2000s, right at the end of production, and order more, but Boeing is like, no, we shut everything down. We threw the tooling away, so we can't make any more of them.
This was a shame.
Yeah, Northwest was pretty disappointed at that, and speaking of the 757.
Yes, exactly. Get up on there. Get on the ladder. Here
we
got to
show this.
Yes. Good segue. And that's coming out of Signature. So would this be a charter flight? Or, yeah, it's got an 8882 flight number.
This is
St. Petersburg. So who would that be?
Probably the Minnesota Twins.
All right.
Check the Twins' schedule to verify that, but we think this might be the Minnesota Twins Major League Baseball team on board.
Okay, so
449 Minneapolis Tower, wind 0 at 9
So Eric, do we know if the Twins are on board?
Let me check. Well, the next game is against the Rays tomorrow.
It'll be in St. Pete, Florida.
There you go.
Well, technically it's in Tampa at Steinbrenner Field because Tropicana Field is all but a mess. Yeah, so this, more than likely, is the Minnesota Twins on their way outbound to the Floridian Peninsula to play the Tampa Bay Rays.
Okay, yeah. But it's not a former red tail.
Okay, I've been on those flights.
So,
Yeah.
so they're taxiing down taxiway Whiskey.
And right behind us, Alex, headed to, was our other charter aircraft that came in United, the MAX 9, that's headed out.
This is an app that's called Flight Radar.
And it looks like he's also taxiing to 17 for a 17 departure.
It's out of view, but the Kansas City Royals Major League Baseball team is aboard that aircraft. They're headed back home to KC.
American 2104, Minneapolis, Star wind 0708, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Well, we wish the hometown Twins good luck in their
I'm not a baseball
series against the
ball
Rays.
fan, but yes, I do want them to win still.
I want those Wolves to win. Come on, we need an
Yes,
NBA championship for Minnesota.
We do. We do.
If there's any team to do that,
they need to join the Lynx.
Exactly. They need exactly. I was just going to mention, yeah, they could probably learn a thing or two from the WNBA franchise that calls Minnesota home, the Minnesota Lynx. They're a very prestigious organization. They've won a lot of championships in the WNBA. Well-respected team. Especially around these parts. We love the Lynx.
Yes, we do.
We love our Timberwolves, too. When they put the beat down on OKC last night.
Yeah, that was nice.
Over 40 points did the Wolves pound OKC into the ground, and Oklahoma had no thunder.
No. Nice play on words. Nice. Yep, looks like the Twins get the takeoff first. And there they are. Off they go.
Yep, just getting some pure confirmation here from some of our viewers that, yes, they agree. It is the Twins that we just saw taxiing towards runway 17 for departure aboard that Boeing 757-200 for Delta.
You should
Flying
hear
to
them in
St.
the
Pete.
back while you catch the next flight arriving. So while the Twins take off behind us, we have Delta Flight 449 coming in from San Diego, A321. 2 hours and 56 minutes. Yep, there they go, off in the distance.
We've also got an Embraer holding short of runway 12 right, looking to cross and join taxiway Whiskey on its way outbound to runway 17 for departure.
Republic, operated by Republic Airways, American Eagle, flight 4523 to LaGuardia.
And this flight with the call sign of Brickyard.
Looks like we got somebody else on final here. Another DFW flight they're waiting on. American Airlines 2104, 737-800. Flight time 1 hour 53 minutes.
Good, 4523 minutes. Might crash my 12 right to Whiskey.
Nice.
United 3780, turn
Like
heading
that.
215, conduct departure.
They were certainly not holding back on the reverse thrust. Why not? They were a little heavy.
Yes.
Flying full from the Lone Star State to the North Star State
And
here
went
this
right
evening.
past signature too.
Yeah, welcome to Minneapolis, American Airlines. And here's our Republic Airways flight now crossing 12 right, going to join Whiskey. And it's making its way over to runway 17 for departure.
2104 minutes, going to take the Alpha Delta.
Looks like the Iceland Air is now 5 minutes out. Maple Grove crossing 494.
All right, folks, where do we think Iceland Air is going to go? Do we think they're going to go north side, or are they going to land right in front of us on runway 12 right, going to the south parallel? 12 right, 12 left. Also want to give a big shout out to our managing producer, who's also on master control duty, helping to moderate the chat and check on our stream feed. Micah Larson does a lot for MSP Live behind the scenes, hoping to get him maybe on Wednesday this week.
Micah the pilot.
That's correct. Micah, if we can get a poll going here, see what people say. Hey, are they going to guess if Iceland Air is going to go 12 right or 12 left?
I'm waiting to see if anyone says anything. See if anyone has any guesses. Taking all bets.
They like the north side, but they have been known to use 12 right. And that would be for arrival from time to time, so it's kind of a toss-up.
All right. Jeff says 12 right for the Iceman.
But the DC-9 was more like power steering by Armstrong. You know?
Eric says 12 left, so we're tied right now in the voting.
I'm going to cast my vote for the north parallel, so I'm going to vote they're going to go north side.
I'm going to go for 12 right just to be different. So we're still tied.
Eric.
You know me.
Always stir the pot.
Yep, you got it. Well, TBA 304 says 12 right.
657, Minneapolis Tower, wind 0706, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Well, guess what? I guess wrong. There we go, Eric.
All right.
Eric is our good luck charm today.
That's right. 12 right it is. Got to get RJ back in here.
Super 6 Charlie crossing the 1 trade. Control point 1
right.
traffic 5 miles.
There we go.
Brickyard 4523, turn left.
This is the magenta, right?
Runway 17, clear for takeoff.
As far as the colors. What's the name of this one? I can't recall. I know they have names for these.
I think it was supposed to be a sky blue band that was scheduled last night, but they switched it out with the magenta band.
Yeah.
I love the magenta pink band iteration of the new Iceland Air livery. I like the pink color, and I like the yellow a lot too. The yellow and the pink. I wish they would do an orange.
Yeah,
that
would be nice.
straight up cool.
I'm biased though, so I like the green one. My favorite color being green.
Which shade of green? Sort of like the
my favorite
the
is
mint green, or the.
My favorite green is Kelly green, and then my second favorite is emerald green because it's my birthstone for Gemini.
I am right with you on the Kelly green. Kelly green is like the perfect shade of green.
Jeff says, when do we collect, Eric? Sorry, Alex. All right, here we go. Arriving from Iceland Air, ICE 657, max 9, flight time 5 hours and 55 minutes. Not much on the reversers, though. Not like the American 737-800 a minute ago.
Minneapolis Tower, wind 050.
Unfortunately, Sunwing is going to go 12 left. I wanted to see that come over here, too.
Because you also have your camcorder with you as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can capture it over there, but you know it's much better when it's close to us.
That is true. Well, we'll still see it come in here because our camera has more than enough reach to see everything.
You've got the better version of what I have, the higher version, super quality version. Oh, we got a 757 on approach, 200.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Another ATL flight.
Pencil
surprise,
time.
Surprise, yeah, flying pencil. 2654. 2 hour and 20-minute flight.
I don't think that my brother and I got in on anything like that.
Yeah.
But I do know that one thing I remember having kind of snuck in on a couple of times was
yeah. Is this another wide body?
57.
Nice and smooth.
Yeah. I've been to flight services. My friend Jeff, who flies for Frontier, he was secret in front of the key. Yeah.
2650, turn left, join Alpha.
So you're gonna make? Can you? Which one are you gonna go with, Alex? Which one do you choose?
With Sunwing?
Sunwing or the A320 Delta? They're kind of do that Sunwing.
Sunwing's going north side.
2654 minutes, contact the.
Are they on approach now?
Yeah, that's Sunwing right there.
Alrighty then.
Coming in.
It's kind of pointed off in that general direction. There they are.
This is WestJet 1900 737-800, a flight time of 1 hour and 38 minutes.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's like, you know, the people that I've been able to work with and have been for the last 3 seasons.
Yeah.
You know, we really don't see each other during the summer because,
After 987 meter, your push is approved on a 17 for departure.
So the 2521 left, join Alpha, contact ground point 9.
Great shot, Alex. Good panning. Very good panning.
Thank you, Eric.
Yes, awesome catch.
Thank you for the heads up, Eric. I probably would have missed that.
You had to come in fast and furious when you're like paying attention to something else. Like that magenta ice livery that's now taxiing over there to T2. Alice is going to catch that bad boy.
Turn right, join Papa. What's the gate number?
Gorgeous livery.
Papa and contact ground on point 9.
There's a lot of people that are disappointed with this livery, but I mean, to be quite honest with you, I don't know what there is to be disappointed about.
Me either.
662 Minneapolis.
I think it stems from the fact that people are going to miss seeing the old livery, which is a favorite of many av geeks, to be quite honest.
Sure.
Even myself, which really enjoy seeing the photos and videos of Iceland Air's older paint scheme.
Gulf 8, there's a 30 there.
I've been lucky enough to capture plenty of those on my channel over the years. 757-200s. Of their special liveries on the 757s, which one would you say was your favorite?
Heckler Aurora.
Yeah, of course. Yes. I like the.
Nothing came close.
Yes. That livery was I believe my second favorite. special livery.
Aircraft just takes fast as occupied. Taxi via.
Long time ago, Alaska had the Portland Timbers special livery on a 700. They've, since repainted it right to the new livery, but that was actually my favorite livery because it's green.
Yep.
Right. So that
was it the right shade of green?
Yes, it actually had too. It was darker, like on the fuselage, but the nose was like a light green, yellowish, like look to it. So, yeah, that was my favorite.
Ground pass at 657. We are holding short of the gate. Shows gate blocked.
Ooh, this is perhaps the first business jet we captured on stream today coming in. Net jets. Going to Signature, obviously. That'll be the next arrival. Earlier, right before we started the stream, we had a G4 come in.
Delta 499, can you pull up just a little bit?
Yeah, we had the G4 come in, and I believe it was... I can't think of the individual's private jet that was, but that was nice to see.
Open and available.
I am a big fan of the private jets, especially the Falcons. Falcon 900s and Falcon 7Xs. Those are really cool jets.
Just 3541, your push is approved.
Sorry for your losses.
Well, we got another 75 taxiing.
Catch that here in just a second. I had to step off and get some hydration.
Yeah, you got to get that. You got to get something to drink, man.
You know what? I can't block everything up, so...
This is actually the one that landed earlier. He's actually taxiing back all the way over this way. Not sure why he's taxiing over here. 2654 that landed a few minutes ago.
2654, just don't take that first spot next to Mike, otherwise I got wingtip shoot.
Maybe that gate's just not open yet, perhaps.
Envoy 3987 for taxi, was it? Envoy 3987, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 6, cross runway 4.
Oh, there he goes.
Mike, hold short of runway 12.
Interesting. That's a long way to the gate. Taxiing backwards and then...
I don't know, maybe they're going to wait on a de-ice pad for
perhaps
a precious gate slot to open up here.
And if you pan over just a little bit, you can see that Sunwing again. I think the Sunwing is headed to the G gates. There he is. Another look at him.
We'll keep an eye on him.
Good to see an orange livery. We don't see too much orange around here.
You sure about that?
Well, Tide Pod.
Other
right?
than Sun,
other than Tide Pod, right?
Other than Sun Country, no.
You're right.
Yep, you
I
are.
stand corrected.
No, it's all good. I got what you meant. No, you are correct that.
Other than Sun Country.
Right. It's nice to see a different shade of orange than Sun Country. Not that we are sick of seeing Sun Country.
And Bravo.
It's nice to get a little bit more
variety.
variety.
A little variety in
livery
names. All right, here's the net jets. This is EJA 662 from Hamilton. Cessna Citation Latitude. That was 2 hours and 10-minute flight. Perhaps the wind has died down a little bit. The windsock is drooping a little bit, but not. Let's see, what's the wind?
Looks like our Sunwing aircraft is going to go to Concourse G.
Yep.
17.
Yes, it is. I don't think he gets out of here until after 8.
How about some bird watching there?
Oh, yeah. This place is a madhouse for the snowy owl during wintertime.
All we get out here are bird watchers in the wintertime, and
heavy.
I think there was a...
Push is approved on a 128.
There were a stretch of days when I was out here in January and February. I don't know how many consecutive days I was out here
Papa, correction on a 128.
I
Papa Mike Alpha.
decided to not keep track anymore just because I got asked so frequently, are you here for the snowy owls?
Yeah,
And you get out here and the first thing you get asked,
yep.
are you here for the snowy owls? And I'm like, no.
I'm here for the other birds. The big birds.
The big metal ones.
The big metal ones.
And
it's funny, the bird watchers will park anywhere on the airfield, just anywhere down this road, down Carver Road.
And we'll show that here. Just to our left. This is the road leading into the aircraft viewing area.
Yes. All the way up and down, they'll just park everywhere to catch a snowy owl somewhere.
Yeah, you're not supposed to park over there. Do not park on the shoulder. There's no parking down that entire shoulder of Cargo Road. Of course, the bird enthusiasts
they just ignore
really
that.
didn't care.
Your Porsche is approved. I'll get 12 right if you like it.
All right, what do we have here? Envoy. 3987 to guess where? Chicago. O'Hare. Here, Embraer 170. Now, I never knew what the SU stands for. Do you know what the SU stands for?
Don't know that one off the top of my head, but it's probably a good thing to...
Somebody in chat knows what that stands for. Let us know. SU. Somebody says, Samara says the 330-200 to Dublin is powering up now. We got a pushback. All right. Looks like they're more on time than they said they were going to be.
Your push is approved on a 17.
All right. That's good. Finally, we get another 12 right heavy departure here in a few. And now this should have a nice growl on it, right? Since we have different engines. We hope so.
Well, that's what we're hoping for. The 330-200 does have a derated version of the Pratt & Whitney engines on the larger 300 variant, so takes a little extra juice to get them to get into the air.
Delta 26 taxi.
Yeah, that Sunwing tail just sticks right out amongst all the deltas, sea of delta.
Fun fact about the A330-200 compared to the Dash 300 variant, which is slightly longer. The vertical stabilizer is actually, I think, about 10 feet taller on the 200 variant compared to the 300 variant. There's a taller vertical stabilizer, the tail. The tail is taller on the 330-200 just by a bit compared to its bigger brother, the A330-300, which we've also seen during the broadcast. Another fun fact about the A330-200. The A330-200, and you know what? While we're talking about this, you folks can probably guess where I'm going to go with it, but hey, you know what? Why not? Let's do another spotter guide.
Turn left heading 150, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Left 150,
Let's do a spotter guide on the A330-200. There's only 11 of these aircraft in Delta's fleet. Great to see them back in and out of Minneapolis, St. Paul on the regular. This aircraft, so cool to watch. They have a bigger range than the larger Dash 300 variant. They are also shorter than they are wide when you take into account the wingspan measurement and the length of the fuselage. They're stubby-looking aircraft, but boy, did they have some excellent performance. They are fun to watch in action. So there you go. There's a quick look at our spotter guide on the A330-200 presented in part by DG Pilot.
Bravo cross from my.
So this A330-200 is off to Dublin, Ireland.
Okay, join Bravo.
It's a seasonal service for Delta in and out of the Twin Cities during the warmer months of the year, and that is to compete with the year-round service offered by the Irish flag carrier Aer Lingus.
Alpha cross 412 right, Delta.
Eat those cookies.
449, your gates move now.
In fact, I think I need to have one too. I've got my own bucket at home, so. Yeah, some of them do kind of tend to change and lose their shape a little bit because they're warm when they fill the buckets and then they kind of cool off. And
as long as the taste is there, I think that's the important thing that counts.
Absolutely. And you know what a lot of people do is they bring them home and put them in the freezer to save them. Kind of pace yourself.
Yeah, I know.
After the heavy gets on Alpha.
Yours truly says here. No, you don't.
Okay, my mic is back on now. I can say it. No, you don't.
There you go.
Left to right on Alpha, then tower 12617.
I kid you not. Yesterday, the line for the Prana Pups was down the street. You're probably going to stand in line for a good 20, 25 minutes just for a Prana Pup.
Hey, you like what you like.
It's a Minnesota thing.
Yes. Well, the 330 is on the move.
102, amend your route, turn left on Tango, cross runway 4, then continue Tango, Yankee, short of whiskey for now.
Along with everything else right now, we got a little bit more action happening here.
Only 128, line up and wait. Traffic on a 5-mile final. Line up and wait, 12 right, Delta 377. Alpha 1852, maps ground, 737.
RJ's going to look up that flight.
Yeah, I had stepped away for a while talking to a guest that's out here that had some questions. That Sun Country arrival in the Tide Pod liveries from Baltimore. It's flight 194.
In an orange livery, right, Alex?
In fact, you know, speaking of the Tide Pod, I did do laundry this morning.
Hey, there you go.
They're probably so sick of that joke.
That's kind of my...
Oh, we got a takeoff. About to happen right here on 12 right, non-heavy.
That's because it's our Delta 377 to Anchorage.
Ah, that makes sense.
I saw them taxiing down on the other side of the runway, so... Yep, they need the length.
Yes.
194 maps ground taxi via Whiskey Charlie, Charlie 2. Whiskey Charlie, Charlie 2, Country 194.
Man, is that long.
41, flying runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. The ground push is approved, runway 12 left, and 0.9 to taxi.
Also, yowzers, was that a loud, thundering takeoff from the
Absolutely.
739? It's one of the louder ones I think I've heard from the 739
Yes.
in quite some time. Of course, when they're completely under load as they are going up to Anchorage, I mean, yeah, they're going to be unleashing every ounce of thrust they can get.
What's the gate you're holding for?
Well, I'll tell you what, was it last night or the day before? I heard something really loud going over my house and wondered what it was, and it might have been that flight.
1026, runway 17, line up away.
And that would have been the explanation as to why. Oh, I missed that one, but I still did it. That's that arrival that just touched down is Delta 2467 from Boise, Idaho, former Northwest. Red tail, registration 338, NW as in Northwest. They all start with N, so I usually don't include that. N being a North American-based airline.
That flight time was 2 hours and 26 minutes.
That's fine. It's 1852, runway 12, correction, runway 17, taxi via Tango, Yankee Kilo, cross runway 4.
So there's our Delta A330-200 that is currently waiting ever so patiently to get clearance to line up and wait or depart runway 12 right for its flight to Dublin.
Yep, and they're waiting for Delta flight 1878 to touch down from Cancun.
And That's them right there.
Flight time 3 hours and 56
Heavy
minutes.
Airbus will hold position. Wind 09010, gust 17, runway 12 right, clear to land. Delta 258 heavy, traffic 7 mile final, runway 12 right, line up away.
Line up away, 12 right, Delta.
Delta 20 right, 87, next tower traffic moving into position at Charlie, crossway 12 right, during whiskey, crossway 4.
Cross 12 right, during whiskey, cross 1
And
right,
our
4.
flight 258 to Dublin is now moving in position.
Absolutely. Got to get out of here before the A321. That's on final.
Cool. Delta 1878, turn left, join Alpha, contact ground point.
You have a FedEx 763 behind the A321.
It's flight 798 heavy from Memphis, Tennessee. But first, here's Delta with an A330 200 off to Dublin, Ireland.
You know what that means.
Salute time, that's
Yep.
right. Ex-Northwest.
Roll to rotate salute, as I call it. For those viewers that hear me say this, I really do it.
Get away to the bus off your left.
Salute complete.
Absolutely outstanding. Yes.
Okay, back, cross runway 4.
And as expected, we got a growl from the Pratt & Whitney Power Packs.
Absolutely.
On that A330 200 departure. Just love to hear that.
Minneapolis meter. See, 100 contact departure.
We're sending a few aircraft up 12 right. We'll have a Sun Country right after this 321. I'm sure we'll be able to squeeze in before the FedEx.
Taxi to it when you can. Southwest 1852, Minneapolis 17, line up away.
Or maybe he'll delay a little bit and then we'll get a go around.
Yeah, they could be holding a little bit because of wake turbulence for the heavy
True.
departure.
81,
So, but maybe by the time this arrival from San Francisco, which is flight 2078, it's an A321, is cleared for the runway, and they pull off, that probably will allow that turbulence to clear up.
Flight time was 3 hours and 9 minutes. We got the Sun Country lining up.
2078 looks like pop-up is better. Turn left at, I'm sorry, Alpha 4. Turn left at
Where's this one going, RJ?
Ground point 9.
They are headed, Alex, your favorite football team, Gull darn you, Green Bay.
Oh, how about that? Go, Pat, go.
Skol, Vikings.
No.
Got a battle out here.
Or, since I was down in Tampa for so many years with the Bucks, fire the cannons. They do. The pirate ship.
8102, heading 100, only 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Goes off when the Bucks make it into the red zone inside the 20. When they score a field goal, it goes off 3 times, and if it's a touchdown, 6, and then it goes off again for the extra point.
That's a slow roll here. Just a little bit slower.
Right turn 215, order departure, never 5135.
187, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 914, Minneapolis Tower, crash right turbine, previous arrival 767, wind 080 at 7, gust 17, runway 12 right, clear to land.
See, will he take off before FedEx? Yep, he's gone. FedEx is now arriving.
Close spacing.
Very close spacing.
Delta 1545. 102 heading 100, contact departure.
Flight 798 from Memphis. Flight time 2 hours and 19 minutes. 767-300F.
Here 3681 maps ground push approved, runway 17.
Hopefully we get another Mike taxi.
Should be a whiskey.
I'm hoping
Mike
so
Tango,
too.
cross runway 4 to the ramp.
Whiskey Mike Tango.
Well, with what I think will be the next arrival on
Delta
12 right is going to be
turn left
pretty
heading
important. Finally, it's
150.
going to be a
Contact departure,
pencil from LAX 914.
See those thrust reversers in action there as our FedEx 767-300ER arrives from Memphis, Tennessee.
Needless to say, my lunch today was cookies. Thanks, RJ.
Yes, sir.
This is my dinner.
This is your dinner?
We have to.
Delta 2350,
We have to
turn
feed
left at
Alex here.
100, and they went to
Feed
left,
Alex.
take off.
Have to
Cookie
feed.
monster.
Yeah, I'm working hard on that camera. Thank you.
Yep.
Delta 2107, you'll see.
Well, you got to have more than that.
There we go. I got one. Thank you again, RJ, for bringing the sweet marvelous cookies.
Oh, yeah.
What a treat.
Yes, thank you so much. You got 2 of those to finish yourself?
Well, we'll see about this one. I have one at home in the fridge. Or actually, it's in the freezer.
There you go. Thaw them out when you need them and keep them fresh.
For 6 ground, hold the push. I got one pushback behind you. Roger.
We gonna get a mic on our FedEx?
I hope so.
So should I try to go for another
Yeah, why not?
wave?
They respond to you.
That was 4139, Minneapolis Star, wind 080.
Get out of your way.
Gust 17, runway 12 right, clear to wind.
Let's see what they're gonna do here.
Yep, it's Mike.
All right, so far it's UPS 2 FedEx 0 for waves.
Delta 50, contact departure, good day. Cross for my phone. Tower wind 080 at 7, runway 12 left, clear to wind.
I didn't see one.
I didn't see one either, but it's always worth a shot, right?
RJ is the MVP. She tried her hardest. Per Eric. Oh, we got the 75-300. You finally get to see one, RJ.
Yes.
Where's my...
Delta 881, man, push approved, runway 12. Push approved, 12 left, Delta.
I'm assuming we did not get a wave.
No, we did not.
Okay. Well, we
That was
tried.
Delta 914 from Los Angeles. 753-300. 3 hours and 3 minutes. So, Alex, we did get a response from Jeff. The SU stands for a modification to the seating design and safety panels, making them larger than traditional seats. Don't thank me, thank Google. Well, thank you, Jeff, for looking that up on Google.
It was a particular variant of the E170 that we were kind of talking about with, okay, hey, what do those number or those letters mean attached to that aircraft model? So they signify a particular variant, and the variant we were talking about had those modifications.
Use caution there when you're able to push approve runway.
That's cool.
Yeah, big thanks to our audience for the assist on
Yes,
that
we
one.
have a great audience. Awesome.
2049, you should be on meter. Super Tug, 4 me up ground, tow via
really squeal
and
on takeoff.
Charlie 5.
They do.
The engines really whine.
Yeah, that particular variant of the CF680 really can squeal.
Oh.
Just imagine 4 of those under the wings of a 747.
Absolutely.
Over 1 million pounds max takeoff weight thundering off a runway. Imagine the sights and sounds of that.
Absolutely. SkyWest 4139 coming in from Rapid City. Embraer 175 LR. Flight time 1 hour and 4 minutes.
Turn left, join Alpha.
I hear a whale.
5, contact ground point 9. Left, join Alpha behind the 75 and over ground point 9, SkyWest 4139.
It's a stretch version too as well.
Yeah, we've found the culprit.
Yes.
3681, runway
Delta Flight 2107 bound for Santa Ana.
There's 4143 to be 2 more arrivals. Hold short and 12 left. Cross 4 Mike short of 21 right. Jared 3681 on Mike, hold short, runway 12. Mike short 12.
I would love to see them make a longer version of this
Delta 2437
aircraft.
08089 runway 12 right, clear to land.
The A220-400.
Yes.
Charlie 5, Charlie, hotel. Hotel 914, what's your gate again? To Fox 10.
For that matter, I'd love to see Embraer make a wide-body jet.
Yeah. Okay, please do it. Ground 4139, Alpha 2, Bravo 12.
Those are some massive engines.
Push approved. Delta 2977, push approved. Yep, 2749, sorry, I stepped in the first time. Delta clear to source, Delta 2749. Delta 2977, push approved. 77, pushing Fox 7. Ground Southwest 2036, Hotel 13, push with connect. Delta 2036, you should be on meter. Okay, it was 4139, we have contact via Papa Delta, what's your gate? Papa Delta, and we're going to Bravo 12 for SkyWest 4139. Okay, 4139, let's make that Alpha Delta Quebec, thanks, Alpha Delta Quebec. Alpha Delta Quebec, SkyWest 4139, thanks so much. SkyWest 3791, if you're still with me at Mike Cross.
Another Embraer.
Mike Cross, what's your right, John Whiskey 379?
SkyWest 3791 off to Oklahoma City.
Yes, 4005, maps contact to the gate. Alpha 881 right there. Okay, it was 4005, taxi via Papa. Taxi via Papa, so it's 1 left, on boy.
Okay. Well, we'll look for you if you're doing that.
Who's ready to taxi? Alpha 881. Alpha 881, runway 12 left, taxi, actually just hold position there.
Where is 170 heavy?
Southwest 2036, push approved.
Let's take a look.
Okay, 3681, just verify for me on Mike, hold short, runway 12 right. Mike short, 12 right. 37, verify, clear line 12 right. That's 2437, runway 12 right, clear line. Clear line 12 right, that's 2437. Number 5260, join Papa, contact ground point 9er. Alpha Delta, short of Charlie 5. Alpha, heading 100, near 12 left, clear takeoff. 6, runway 17. Wind is 070-9er. Delta 2087, if turning 12 left, line of away.
Actually, 170 heavy is 3 hours late. He was scheduled for 5 o'clock. He's not due in until 8:29.
Jeez Louise.
Goodness, I knew he was late, but I didn't realize he was that late.
At least it's not canceled, though.
That's true. Sad passengers.
Yeah, the question is, can they get a good tail wind? Make up some of that lost time?
60 on Bravo. You'll hold.
Says the ground speed is 484 knots.
Go for runway 12 right. The 2238 Minneapolis Tower, wind 080 at 9er, runway 12 right, clear to land. You're 3.5 and trail to CRJ. There's a bald eagle on about a 2-mile final, use caution.
In the state of Idaho.
Good land 12 right, Delta.
I don't know if we're doing that this year.
167, good day, Victor 36.
Yeah, 3036 for my taxi via Papa crossing 4, Michael, program on 1 right, give way to the CRJ opposite direction. And never standby, never 260, gate.
Delta flight 2437 from Spokane, Washington. 737-900 ER. 2 hours and 23 minutes.
Via Papa, cross runway 4.
100, only 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Try to take the bus.
2977 was calling for taxi with
Our friends in the tower.
Left taxi via Delta Papa cross.
Left line away, traffic 8 mile final. 37 clearing Alpha 4. 2437, join Alpha, contact ground point 9er. Alpha point 9.
It's right next to the tater tot.
7 clearing Alpha 4, we're going to Alpha 7 K.
2437, Amps ground, Roger.
Position wind 080 at 9er, runway 12 left, clear to land. Use caution, there's reports of a bald eagle on about a 2-mile final.
Report of a bald eagle on a 2-mile final.
Oh, I can't hear that. I don't have the headset on.
Yeah, just wanted to let you know, Eric, that
Thanks. Very dangerous for our metal birds.
One of our avian friends is feeling a little spicy this evening.
Okay, was 130, Juliet, give way to the Airbus. Actually, disregard so fast, Granger.
It's on the hunt for some food. Probably looking for Gerald.
Yeah, could be looking for Gerald. You know, since we've been here, I haven't seen him. But he may be over there somewhere where people are eating more food at the picnic table.
I was surprised that none of them have tried to get into the Sweet Martha's cookie container.
Crawl up the ladder, right?
Feeding the Geralds.
Yes.
That's the moniker that was given to the little ground squirrels that inhabit the viewing area. Do you know the actual person who named those ground squirrels Gerald, or is that still
No, I don't know. I don't recall who was the first person to name them.
080 runway 12 left, clear to land.
How about that? So, looking back to last week, Eric, when we caught that KLM 777-300ER.
Yes, that beauty.
I didn't know this at the time. We were over here at the viewing area. You were over there towards the approach end of runway 35. You got some really good footage of that aircraft coming in.
Yes, I did. I posted that to Instagram. Yeah, that's a really good footage over there. EP Flight is my handle over there. Excellent.
There's the arrival on runway 35. We caught it from a distance. There it is, coming into Minneapolis, St. Paul. Now, it's the first time that I've seen KLM's big Boeing 777-300ER here at MSP. What a sight that was. And then to get the departure later on in the day off runway 4, that was just spectacular.
Right, it was awesome to see that. And you know, most times it feels like to me, and it probably just me being biased, but most time I'm working when they come in during the week, the rare times they come.
Yeah, but this one, you kind of lucked out. Yeah.
I lucked out big time. Because I was running around all day and I saw that pop up and I was like, I got to run to the airport real quick in between stuff and grab that.
Well, good on you for it. It's a real incredible piece of footage just because you were the only one over there that was able to kind of get the best angle, the best lighting, and man, that audio was just super crisp.
Oh, thank you.
Really
that's
well
without
done.
my mic, my good mic. So, yes. And actually, our friend Laura, too, she was able to get an awesome shot of it, too, as well.
Also, recently you took a venture out to the Golden State, California.
Yes, the last trip I took was to San Francisco. So I stayed out in a hotel at Marriott out there on in Burlingame, California, as they call it, on the waterfront.
Oh, wow.
So that was very nice to get out there and do some spotting. out there, of course, you know, they have live plane spotters out there. So I got to see I don't know if you're familiar, Cali Planes. Have you seen him? I saw him out there. I didn't talk to him.
It's another aviation live stream. Yeah,
live stream. He's got some awesome stuff. But yeah, it was awesome to get out there and get some runway 1 departures and to get the famous parallel landings, right? Those are so awesome on the parallels there. And it was my first time just seeing so many airlines like French Bee.
That livery is awesome on the 350.
That livery is outstanding, beautiful. Vietnam Airlines was also a very nice livery as well.
Yeah.
And I finally got the Air India, even though it's an older aircraft now. It's their 777-200. I finally got that. The only other time I was able to capture it was we had back in 19, April 2019, we had a bunch of Chicago O'Hare diversions, and we had a Air India 300, 777-300 arrive. So to get the Air India finally again, that was nice as well. And plenty of A380s, right? Just like Los Angeles, they get a whole lot of A380s.
Speaking of LA, you had some pretty incredible captures of some A380s at LAX during
Qantas.
Exactly.
Qantas was my favorite one, right? Yes. I'm glad I got to capture them before they retire them again. Right? Because I think they were out of service for a while. Then they brought them back in service, as we all know.
Yeah, so here we go. Here's that Qantas catch.
All right, got that pulled up too as well.
Yep, so this is the moment that Eric is talking about here at LAX with catching the Qantas A380. I was just kind of looking through your backlog, and I'm like, ooh, I got to clip that and bring that up today on the broadcast to show for all of you. So this is Eric Paul's footage from his channel. Go check it out. See the watermark there, FX International Travel. It's not going to be too long before these remarkable giants.
Next time.
With the Qantas tail.
Yes, that is so beautiful.
In passenger service.
Speaking of Qantas, our friend Logan, he captured that 747 before that, a few years back, before that went out of service.
Isn't that incredible?
Yes.
Now, that wasn't the only A380 that you caught over at LAX, too.
No,
because you also went over to the famous In-N-Out burger spot over there.
Yes.
Caught a really nice...
Emirates.
Yeah, the Emirates A380.
And I also caught Lufthansa. Sent their 380 that day.
Yeah, so we're going to show that here. So there's just kind of a look at some of the
everybody
spotters
always wants to stand under it, right? The path, the approach path, right?
Yeah, and there she comes. There's the A380. This is all from the lens of Eric Paul and his camcorder. And
AX-53, the baby brother of what we're using here today, right?
Yeah. Yeah, we have the compact broadcast standard version of whatever Eric is using. But yeah, just the camcorder that you have, the stabilization, the footage, and just the way that you use it, just is better than I think most people out there that post aviation videos.
That camera is sensational. It really helps a lot. And then whatever turns out shaky, you can always stabilize it in, post-production, right? If it's too shaky.
Now there's the smoke. We're going to get the touchdown there from the 380.
Yes, absolutely. Thanks for bringing that up.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Memories.
I got stuff from DFW if you want to talk about that too, because you also went out to DFW in one of your recent trips.
I've actually been out there, seems like the most. And out there, I don't know if you have that one, the Qantas 100-year anniversary livery. That was one of my favorites. But also capturing the Queen out there, right? The 747-8F. That's always amazing to get that as well.
You also got the BA A380 while we're kind of
still
on that subject.
That was sensational. We kind of walked out into the field to get a kind of closer shot. The police actually came out there. We thought we were in trouble for a while. And they was like, no, we're just making sure you guys aren't too close to the fence, and we're just wondering why everybody wants to come out here. And then we told them what it was, and they were just like, oh, okay, we like airplanes too. So once they saw it, then they just left us alone, right?
Yeah,
so they got some really cool police officers out there.
That's good. Well, if they got a really good opportunity to view the A380, hope they were able to stick around and see that because...
Yes, because they shortly after that, right, they stopped flying them out there, didn't they? And I was hoping I'd get out there again before they discontinued that A380 service.
So yeah, just well done, just with the
thank you.
Well framed and everything, getting the aircraft arriving, and it's just such a great.
Can't beat that location.
Especially when they're arriving by the south flow.
Yes.
South.
Yes. And touchdown. Now, one thing what they call the Founders Plaza does have over our viewing area is the fact that you don't need a ladder.
Yeah.
Right. So that's the only advantage. We are still closer, though. Our viewing area is still pretty much the best one I've been to, right? Of the few places I've been to. We're just so close in between two different runways. You can't really beat that, right?
Yeah, and I think a lot of people here locally, you know, as much as we like to say, well, I wish we got this and I wish we saw this airline or this airplane.
People wish they had this.
For me, it's not as much about the aircraft as where we get to see them from.
Absolutely.
Right? It's that intimate experience that we enjoy bringing to every broadcast. And to me, this is far more valuable.
Yes.
And, you know, MSP Airport has a lot of variety for, you know, an aircraft of its market, or for an airport of its market, I should say. You know, when you look at everything between Deltas, wide-body jets, their alliance partners in Air France and KLM sending their heavies. We've got Discover Airlines now fully minted into service with their A330s. They're actually filling in for Lufthansa, who stopped flying to Minneapolis after about a year of service. And that, of course, was, or even not even a year of service, because Lufthansa has a wide-body fleet shortage problem with being able to cover all the different routes in its network, and it could not sustain Minneapolis-St. Paul, even though that they were flying with a fairly healthy load factor that kept the route profitable for them, and they decided they were going to turn the keys over to their low-cost subsidiary that they had just picked up, Discover Airlines, until Lufthansa can get their mainline service to the Twin Cities sorted out, or if they're just going to kind of stick it to Discover indefinitely. Who knows what the plan is going to be. Certainly time will tell the end of this tale, and it'll be interesting to see what happens here in the coming year or two. But that connection to Frankfurt, Germany, that's a connection that we're thankful to have, because Condor decided they were going to...
Yeah, that was a little sad.
They were going to get the heck out of Dodge, and you know, after an obscure German court ruling that said Lufthansa does not need to give Condor access to its route network, Condor was like, see ya!
Bye.
And they were out of here in a jiffy. Now, they reinstated quite a few routes, though. Certainly the EU was upset about it, but...
Stephen S. says he was at DFW this morning.
Oh, wow.
And it looks like we have...
And we're certainly going to bring this up here. Stephen S., welcome to Economy, our newest MSP Airport Live member. Thank you, buddy. Have fun with those new emojis. Stephen S. also says, how often is the channel online? About twice a week or once a week, depending on what my availability is. Stephen S. also says, I was on the DFW channel this morning, probably referencing Waltz from runway DFW.
Yep. I actually saw him when I was out there, too, as well.
Oh, really? Nice. Did you get to say hi to him or anything? Or?
No. Nope. I just saw him filming. I just left him alone.
Yeah, he was in his element.
Yep, he was in his element. Leave people alone when they're filming.
Yeah, and Stephen, also, thank you for the $5 super chat as well. I'd like to support plane spotting channels. Hope you keep it up. We will certainly do our best. I've watched from LAX to JFK, PDX, and have been on a couple live channels. That's super cool. Thank you so much for the contribution. SoCal Aviation, a regular viewer, saying, hi there. Hope everyone is doing well today. Hope you're doing well, SoCal. Happy Sunday to you. Taking a little bit of a pause from the action here. A little bit of a cameraman break for me.
Yeah, climbing up and down that ladder does get a little tiring. But it's worth it.
Steven visited with LA Flights Live when Peter was at JFK. Well, that's awesome. You got to say hi to Peter. And LA Flights Live, they're going to be coming back out here to Minneapolis, St. Paul here this summer. Yeah.
Okay.
So Peter, when he was here in February, and I was talking to him for a fair bit, and so we began networking, and he was...
That's when that Eastern 777 was here.
Right, yeah. And he was immersed in the aviation experience that we're bringing to you live right now today. And that many of us MSP Av geeks have just enjoyed so much throughout the years. Ever since they christened this place back in 2015 for the general public to come out and view the airport action up close. He fell in love with the place, as did
Good to hear that.
Many of us.
You know, because we're such a small market, just to hear somebody who's from a bigger airport say, hey, this is really great.
Right, especially with Chicago not too far away. Now, the thing
Absolutely.
with Chicago, now, word's kind of gotten out about Chicago. We're not going to dive into it. But we are going to say that, it's unfortunate, but things around Chicago, O'Hare with live streaming, not looking too peachy keen right at the moment. Yeah.
Really? Did they get kicked off the air? So some of them get told not to come back?
Chicago O'Hare decided to change its security policy to disallow live streaming.
No.
So that's according to an inside source from their airport watch. It was during a safety briefing during one of those meetings where it was announced. Don't know where the state of that is currently, but last I heard. Really, that is one of the best airports in the country for catching some action. But here, though, yeah, this is much closer.
Yeah, you're not going to get much closer than this.
Nope.
It's Delta Flight 2209 from Orlando, a 321. Coming up on our Shamrock arrival or departure, heading back to Dublin, updated on flight radar to 7:09 p.m. And our Iceland air flight back to Reykjavik is estimated at 7:30. Air France departure at 7:50, and the current time here in the Twin Cities is about 5 minutes to 7. Oh, and I like the time departure on here for Delta Flight 2385 to Tampa, 7:47.
Oh, perfect.
So here we go. One of our awesome MSP Airport Live members, Steve Lundeby. By the way, celebrating 2 months of MSP Airport Live membership. Thank you so much for your continued membership over 2 months. Steve says, wow, 2 months of fun. Walt told me the last time I talked to him he would like to come to MSP sometime. Well,
awesome.
And in that case, Walt, if you're watching this program, we'd love to work with you in accommodating runway DFW to Minneapolis, St. Paul. You got to check out the viewing area, and we would love to work with you on doing a fun broadcast from the aircraft viewing area. It's a unique and sometimes tricky broadcast to put together, but it's a very rewarding one nonetheless, especially with views like this and the experiences that we have thoroughly enjoyed sharing with you tonight, all of you that are watching.
Oh, I just got a little tap on the shoulder from Eric here. We've got a 7.5 coming in from Phoenix. The only problem is it's not a former Northwest Red Tail.
She's like, boo.
Darn it.
7.5 is a 7.5.
Yeah, it's still a rocket ship. Yeah, because there are some 75s out there that are with Delta that are not former Northwest equipment.
They're quite up there in age, too.
How many years on it?
That I don't know. How do you?
27.
So I don't have the version of Flight Radar that you do.
Okay.
So I don't have access to that information.
Also on the.
So you
click this right here. Yeah, there you go.
But I don't.
No,
I
she
don't,
doesn't have
I'm
that
not.
version.
I don't have the paid version. I'm not paying for it. So I
you don't have the status to unlock that information.
No.
But you could go on different websites and find the age.
You can.
You can.
A good resource is planespotters.net, I think, is the website.
That's a good one. And Airfleets, I think, is another one.
Yep.
.net.
Mm-hmm. You'd be correct. Airfleets is another resource. Or you could just go to the FAA site and look up the registration.
FAA site, too, as well.
Yeah, I'm not one to part ways with any extra funds out of my wallet to get some of that extra information. So.
Oh, brother.
Flight 2709 from Phoenix, 757-200. Flight time 2 hours and 33 minutes. There is Aer Lingus. Alex has it in the frame.
Just
Push
noticed
back.
it. Yep, Shamrock has pushed.
It would be nice if it comes over here to depart, but I highly doubt that.
Yeah, they like to come in and out on the north side.
Yes, they do.
Mike Cross, once you're right on after the 321 passenger.
Sorry about that, folks. Didn't realize we had our scanner accidentally turned off there for a few minutes. So, Eric, how late are you with us tonight?
Well, I'll stay for just a little bit longer here, probably another 15 minutes or so.
Ground push is approved.
Sounds good. Because, yeah, I knew it was getting to be possibly around that time, but hey, just to spend even just to have you for a little bit, it's been wonderful today. Thank you so much. It's great
It's
to
been
see you
outstanding as well, chilling with you guys here today. Outstanding. It was finally nice to meet RJ.
Yes.
I've heard you a lot on the air with Alex, our friend here. So it's good to finally meet you.
Yeah, just do us a favor. Don't let it get to be so long next time before you get
Yes,
back.
ma'am. I have been put on notice. And it won't be.
You don't want one of those calls from the control tower.
Yes, exactly.
I need to give you a number.
So the next time I'm back, I'm gonna put a call out and say, "Hey, Joe Pettit, if you're listening, you come out too with me."
There you go.
We got to get Joe back on.
Got to get Joe back and I at the same time. Be nice to get like everybody on at once. That would be nice. Obviously, we'll be handing mics back and forth. There's not enough mics to go around, but that would be nice.
We'll make it work.
We could make it work, yes.
Well, on October 22nd, the channel will be at its 2-year anniversary when we started our first live broadcast from MSP Airport. And we kind of did them sporadically to see, hey, is this something that people would be interested in? How are we liking the flavor of things? And the reception was overwhelmingly positive. Starting in 2024, took us a little bit, but we took it one step at a time to get to where we are today with all the different elements in production. How everything is set up now is drastically different from when we first started doing it. And all the people that supported us along the way. that saw potential in this project. People behind the scenes contributing and supporting: Logan Justice, Eric Paul, Nick Benson from Jet Tip even helped us get off the Donnie Gardner from DG Pilot still supporting us.
Runway 12 right, cleared to land.
All right, clear to land.
I want to give a big shout out to those people because this is a truly incredible project to continue working on, and it's a joy to bring it to you every week.
It's kind of one of those stories where you see something that wants to kind of become a thing, and then it progresses, and then it's kind of like if people see it, they come.
Yes.
Or they know about it, they'll come.
Delta 2165.
You got to make sure that you market yourself correctly, and also have to have your principles in the right place too.
This is flight 2122 off to Los Angeles. A321neo.
And inhale the fumes of Jet A as it wafts across the airfield.
Gotta have a coffee cup. I love the smell of jet fuel in the morning. Any time of the day for that matter.
Yeah, when I was recovering from a fever this past week, it's taken some herbal tea, and I put my tea in that cup.
There you go.
Zachary YT55 says we need a Sun Country Retro.
We do.
Oh, with the sun on the tail.
The sunburst.
Yes.
Yeah, the sunburst livery. Yeah, we need that.
Yeah, that's kind of become the thing.
It's the retro fad.
Yes.
It's a good one, though.
It's like me being a fan of the game of hockey. A lot of the NHL teams these days have a third jersey. That third jersey sometimes will change from one season to the next. So,
so those reverse retro jerseys too.
Yeah.
Ground, push through.
And of course, the teams that make the playoffs, they don't typically wear those jerseys when they're playing playoff games, but...
2870, 126.7. 126.7, 870.
And then if they play like a Stadium Series game or Winter Classic type game, then they'll have a special jersey just for that game in itself. So in this flight that we've just shown carrying the Sun Country Tide Pod livery is touched down from Detroit. It's flight 1982.
Take up 179, 2272. So that's 2122. Right, 17, Delta 2122.
Sun Country 1982, turn right, taxi via Whiskey, Delta Deer Gate, monitor ground point 9 along the way.
Whiskey, Delta, monitor ground point 9, 1982.
Here we go, we'll get another Delta A321 crossing 12 right. Gonna join Whiskey for departure to 17.
Oh, that's 20 Minneapolis Tower, Mike, cross runway 12 right, to right on Whiskey, the biz jet from your left, give way to you.
Cross runway 12 right, Mike, right turn on Whiskey, business jet, give way to Delta 22.
Delta 2268, contact departure, see ya.
Over to the post.
The 2122. Flying runway heading, runway 17, cleared to take off.
Runway heading, clear for takeoff, runway 17, Delta 2122.
Saturday 2252, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
Heading 215, we're switching, United 2272.
There we go, Eric, just for you.
Just for me, another business jet. Let me see what the information is on this bad boy. NetJets EGA 662 to Kansas City. I wonder if it's the same aircraft that came in earlier. I don't remember what the registration was. Looks like it. It's another Latitude.
What's your favorite biz jet to spot?
Falcon.
Which
Dassault Falcon.
Quick.
Falcon. The older one, 900, but I'm starting to like the 7X.
For the 2122, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
215 and head A.
You know, one of our local spotters here, he does a lot of business jets. Well, all jets, right? Jeremy Dando, right, from the Minneapolis, St. Paul Facebook group.
He's caught
so many business jets and others.
Even just general aviation too. I mean, you see the pictures pop up on Flight Radar with Jeremy Dando's name on it, and it's like, what hasn't he caught in that category?
Right. Every other aircraft I pull up on Flight Radar 24, the picture is like Jeremy Dando on the bottom. Seems like.
He's even taken some glider pics too, and it's like, all right. I suppose that you kind of have to have a niche within a niche, right?
Yes, absolutely. Kind of like when we had the Super Bowl, what was it, a few years ago when the Patriots jet came in and all that, and all those business jets came in.
Where did they park all of that?
Oh, they were all over the place, right? A lot of them at Signature, of course. I think some back here, too, as well, in the ramps where we get the charter flights for the football teams and baseball teams back here by T2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, back over here, back there. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching the game on TV from up here.
2070.
Didn't we have a flight even come in from the Middle East somewhere, too, to watch the Super Bowl that year?
Possibly, yeah. Wouldn't surprise me considering how much money goes into that single event.
Yes. Ah, there goes Aer Lingus. Neo, taxiing.
We'll get that here in just a moment.
Yeah.
Got to get Shamrock on its way out.
Yep, pretty sure it's going to be 12 left.
Yep, that's where they're headed. They're headed towards the de-icing pad over there on the other side of the tower. It's amazing how a smaller single-aisle narrow-bodied airplane nowadays can fly that far. But they are. Oh, wait.
The 2145 right heading 215, connect departure.
They're making a turn coming at us.
Oh, what?
Is this a tease or is this?
Oh, is this real? Maybe I need to get my camera out of my car here.
I don't know. You might need to.
I need to move the cookies.
You need to move the cookies. You need to get them off my ladder.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Yeah. What's going on here? They're coming this way.
All right, cookies moved. Well, Alex, don't you think we always seem to be on a little bit of a roll out here where we get to broadcast and share something that was a little bit unexpected? And this is going to be today's?
2070, turn right heading 215, contact departure.
They wouldn't go to 17, would they?
Right hand turn 215, switching to departure, Delta 20.
There is always a chance that might happen.
Well, we will at least get a closer look at her.
Turn right. Turn right on Alpha. Do it.
Come on, come on.
Turn.
Turn.
Sunny 3 Minneapolis, November, across from I-17, join Lima to hangar.
Yes, we're going to get it, I think. Yep.
1306, any left turn, what's your gate?
And we're going to 513.
That's right, Delta 1306, taxi Alpha, Delta to Foxtrot 13, monitor ground point 9, good night.
Alpha Delta point 9, good night, Delta 1306.
Since at 662, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
So I have to share this in the chat. We have Vicobi saying hello from Manila.
All the way out in the Philippines.
Yes. And then prior to that, I was going to get back to this. Zachary by TT5. You guys remember the KLM in Northwest DC-10? Oh, yeah. That particular DC-10 at the time was actually Northwest.
There we go, Eric Paul.
Takeoff by runway heading, Shamrock 988.
He's bringing his ladder all the way down there. Getting set up to catch the departure himself.
Adding it to the collection.
What a surprise this is.
And there's no inbound traffic close enough right now that would maybe have to cause them to line up and wait, so they could be doing a turn and burn.
All right, let's watch and listen.
Yep, here we go.
As Aer Lingus departs off runway 12 right in a very unusual choice for runway departure tonight.
Shamrock 98, turn left heading 105, contact departure, good night.
Left heading 105 over to departure, Shamrock 988, good night.
Now that was a special treat. They almost never come over here to the south parallel to depart. They're always on the north side with departure until tonight.
I think because they were heavier?
Yeah, they looked pretty loaded.
Yep.
And there's our
hi to
co-host,
Eric.
Eric Paul in his element. He's got the camera out to document the moment as well. Good to have an extra lens on that departure. And now it's time to relocate the ladder and rejoin the party. Here comes Eric. With the ladder in hand, this would not be an MSP regular plane spotter if he wasn't sporting that ladder, that Very essential stepladder.
Yep, standard equipment out here.
That was fun.
Yeah, it was. How'd everything
That
turn
was
out?
totally unexpected. Maybe we have a friend in the tower.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were definitely heavy.
Yes.
A lot of long rolls for heavy departures today.
My guess is they probably, just knowing their takeoff weight and seeing how long that they rolled before they reached V1, compared to where they normally would rotate. Yeah, it's no surprise that they requested, for performance reasons, to take off on runway 12 right, which is quite a bit longer than 12 left, the north parallel runway. 12 right, 30 left is around 10,000 feet long. It's also the widest runway at MSP Airport, 200 feet wide. And that 200-foot wide width is one of the main reasons why the heavies prefer to arrive on runway 12 right, 30 left that's in front of us, just because it gives them a little extra wiggle room.
Yes, indeed. That makes up for that sun wing landing on the opposite runway on the north side.
We still got a good view of that as well, too.
We did.
Even though it was on north side, yeah, this is turning out to be a pretty interesting evening, folks. There's still plenty more plane spotting down the pipe here on MSP Live. We got Iceland Air that still has yet to depart. Delta 162 Heavy, an A330 to Amsterdam Schiphol that will be departing. That'll be closer towards the 8 o'clock hour. We also have an A350 departing to Detroit Metro, a domestic service that will be getting out of here around the same time as 162 Heavy. And we'll also have Air France departing with the 787-9 Dreamliner coming up towards the back half of the hour.
So were you... Oh, I just lost it here. Let me go back and find it. So were you referring to the flight to Detroit with the A350 1484?
The departure?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. According to Flight Radar, there's been a change in their estimated departure to 10:15 tonight.
Oh, no.
I spoke too soon. Dang it. Well.
Darn it.
Yeah, I wonder what that's all about.
Except for 160 Heavy, I think. All our A350s are...
They're done for the day, I believe.
Yeah, they're a little bit slow today. They're taking it easy on this Sunday.
Well, it could be any one of a variety of things, so...
But yeah, that Aer Lingus departure, though, I think is certainly the highlight of the entire broadcast, because that's like just about the last thing that we were expecting today.
That was your good luck charm, like you said earlier. Yep. For a change.
Yep. That, indeed it is. We got Iceland Air that came in here on 12 right.
And speaking of different traffic, we do have an Allegiant that's coming in here shortly, A320. Good to see a different livery. I know a lot of people don't like that airline, but that's okay.
There are actually some people that do, and it's interesting to hear their perspective on the ones that do like Allegiant. Now, they're not big travel people or into aviation as much as we are. But it's good to know that it kind of hits the spot with some folks.
Yeah. I really hope they bring that Raiders livery back. I've only seen that here once.
I want to see the Vegas Golden Knights livery.
Yeah, that would be nice, too.
My goodness.
Well, we're getting closer to the Iceland Air flight.
Iceland Air, yeah.
Yeah.
They're detached from the gate, I think. You have better eyesight than I do, RJ. Can you see?
Actually.
You put your glasses on?
Yeah, I've got it down, the glasses.
I think it's detached from the gate, the bridge, jet bridge.
342, visual, 1 to right.
The jet bridge is pulled back from Iceland Air 656. So they are getting ready to push back here at this particular moment in time.
Yes.
So I can confirm with my eyesight that, yes, Iceland Air.
You have those young eyes.
Yep.
Yes. Those of us that are a little bit older don't as well as we wished.
That's okay. I got you guys.
Yeah. Just a little more challenging when it comes to distance, so.
Well, I know that's going to be me before I know it.
So that's why I have prescription glasses.
Mine are in my pockets. So
yeah, so.
That's why I was counting on you.
Yeah.
And Alex.
Yeah, or as I still like to call it, the jetway. Jet bridge.
Jetway.
Same
jet
thing.
bridge, yeah.
Same thing. I mean, I'm so used to the craziness last Sunday when we were sharing everything going on over here from the end of runway 4, and it's just like now we're getting these little lapses in the action. It's just like
that's what happens
break
here
last time, but yeah, that's the only bad point about the main runways, right?
1888, number 2, Boeing 737
action,
2 and quarter mile final,
when it's that different configuration, it's just non-stop.
Even the bigger airports too, they'll have lapses in the action as well, because typically things tend to come in waves, right?
Yes.
And here at MSP, when stuff comes in, it just all happens at once.
Yes.
We just heard 656 get on frequency, and we also have another arrival that is on a very short final for 12 right as well.
Yep. Sun Country flight 1642. It's coming in from Vancouver. It was 2 hours and 56 minutes.
Wouldn't mind visiting Canada this time of year. Actually, I had a friend that recently went up to Toronto.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Toronto.
Went north of there. Visited Canada's Wonderland, one of the best theme parks you can go to. If you're a roller coaster enthusiast, they got Leviathan there. It's over a 300-foot tall lift hill. Insane airtime. Yukon Striker, which is a dive coaster.
Yeah, I'll be watching all that from the ground.
Yeah, me too. I like the ride, but not ones that are that extreme.
Well, I love the extreme coasters.
The only thing extreme I need is that aircraft that just went by.
Yeah, my hope one of these days is to get on one of these non-stop flights to Amsterdam and go see my friends over there. Because from here I can do it non-stop.
No way.
1642, roger, taxi via Whiskey, Charlie, and Charlie.
And now Allegiant is also on final. About to touch down.
Coming in from Asheville.
Asheville, North Carolina. Been there a few times myself. You know, they have some really good rafting on the French Broad River that you can do in the area, which was a lot of fun. I did that for a summer vacation. Asheville's a really good area to go check out during the summertime. A lot of fun things to do. A lot of fantastic hiking as well. Getting out in nature and going to one of the national forests up there too. Just a remarkable experience. Loved going to.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Oh, and you can't.
A lot of fun in the heart of the Smoky Mountains region.
You'll probably
beautiful country.
Probably never go wrong when you get out and explore a park,
Yeah.
whether it be a local, state, national. It's so good to be out in nature.
Fitting arrival for sunset.
And when I was off earlier talking to someone here, actually a couple of times when the flight went out to PIE, St. Pete Clearwater. So Allegiant is big in and out of that airport. So whether it was an arrival or departure where my mom and I were, we had a lot of Allegiant flight traffic going over us because of where we were in northern Pinellas County. And it was, you know, the approach pattern for arrivals and departures that were leaving. So that airport is, of course, it's been there for quite a long, many years. It's but it's become more busy and more active when it comes to Allegiant.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also a very, very large Coast Guard base at that airport.
It's got to be fun. C-130s.
So, oh yeah, a lot of C-130 activity. So, and then that's on the opposite side of Tampa Bay is Tampa International.
Okay.
So, and then just to south of that, you've got Sarasota-Bradenton area, and so you've got 3 airports pretty close to each other.
And there is just some phenomenal plane spotting at TPA too.
Oh yeah. And there's a little bit of a trick to, if you really want to spend a lot of time doing it, and if you've got a car, and just go in and out before your first hour is up, and then you don't pay.
Ooh.
Go around and then just go back in again.
Oh, perfect. Got to know the tricks.
Yeah, I did that a few times when I needed to get out of the house for a while, and and just plan accordingly. I mean, just watch the time on your ticket as you go in, and then get yourself back out before that 1 hour expires, and then just go around and go back in again. And I remember doing that once, trying to capture an A330 departure, which was a Bucks charter.
Ooh.
But they had some mechanical issues, so the first time they went out for departure, they came back to a gate at, was it Concourse D that, or the concourse that Delta uses at Tampa, and or they pulled off and just sat, I don't remember. And then they went out and tried it again, and they did try to roll, but then they aborted, and then that might have been when they came back.
So what is Icelandair doing here?
Yeah, they're on the roll, but the wrong direction.
Oh, hey, where
Come back, no.
Don't go out 17. Every once in a while, though.
You know what? I am going to gladly accept the trade-off to replace the Icelandair departure on 12 right with Aer Lingus.
Yes.
That's how I personally feel about it.
I'll take it. Can't get that lucky. Not 3 of them in one day.
Or I don't know. They just made a right-hand turn crossing runway.
I mean, they could
4.
come up. They could come up Mike here, or runway 4.
Well,
yeah.
We'll see. I think they're headed to 17, but we'll keep an eye on
them
here.
Yeah. But more than likely 17.
Or, you know what? They could be taking the back way to get to 12 right for departure, which is not uncommon for Icelandair to do.
Do you know that taxiway over there? I don't know what that is.
It's one of the things that I feel like we should have with us, our airport charts.
Like a little map up there, yeah. Only know whiskey and Mike. Oh, Air Canada. A220, 300 stretch.
On the north side.
On the north side.
We will certainly
coming in from Montreal.
We will certainly get a glimpse of that. I
love these liveries.
Yeah, I love the fact that we're getting mainline Air Canada service. There we go, everybody.
2 hours and 13 minutes.
Yep, Montreal's one of the Canadian cities that I've been to. And as we were chatting earlier, I've been to Vancouver, passed through Toronto, been to Quebec City. And yeah, Vancouver's awesome.
Is it? Good food.
It's in an interesting area because across from Vancouver, you've got you know, some of the mountains that go straight up, and they've actually got a ski area right over there called Grouse Mountain.
Oh,
So
nice.
in the, like, say, morning, early afternoon, you could go play a round of golf, and then later in the afternoon and into the evening, you could go ski.
Hey, here we go.
Canada 179, Minneapolis ground, say the gate.
So a couple times that we've been out there prior to some of our Alaska cruises, we went over there. And within the last...
So let's pull up our live flight tracker here on our broadcast to see where Icelandair 656 is going.
He's coming around. You may get your wish, Alex.
Oh, you know what? They were going the back way. They were going the back way. They were taking the out of view route to get from T2 to the threshold of runway
taxiway is back
12
there.
right.
As I would call it, sightseeing.
Yeah, sightseeing.
So yeah, they're cutting across the de-ice pad over there. So, all right, there they are. You can see them.
Here they come.
As long as they go straight and they don't turn.
So we're going to continue to watch them here on our flight tracker, our ADS-B for MSP Airport. I don't usually pull this up unless if there's a particular reason that we need to. But in this case,
if you're all set out there, the wind 0606, fly runway heading, runway 12 right, cleared for takeoff.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. There's the answer that we were hoping for.
Yes.
All right, you know what?
Bravo, Charlie,
let's get to it.
All right.
Great, monitor tower 12.7.
They're just throwing us for a little bit of a loop. They wanted to take the back way, the scenic
way.
To
scare you a little bit, Alex.
Make life interesting.
Don't beat now.
Currently, so let's go pop. Left turn on runway 22, hold short of Charlie 6, give your company a call.
If you want to turn the scanner off for just a second there, that'd be wonderful.
Beautiful. Quiet, but beautiful.
I like the howling sound that those Leap 1B engines make on departure. If there's one thing about the new school equipment that I am certainly going to fall in love with, it's the howling sound from those geared turbofan engines on takeoff.
No, I got to turn the scanner itself. I changed the batteries. I don't know where the power source is.
Sensational.
Push it.
Nice panning as usual, Alex.
Well, thank you, Eric. Kudos to both of you. Appreciate you guys changing out the scanner's batteries here to give it some more juice.
23 ground.
Oh, yeah.
And I still think we've got Air France that has yet to depart the Twin Cities. still to come on MSP Airport Live. We still got that 787 departure, excuse me.
Yeah, 72, copy that. Echo 5, set Charlie 6 into the alley. Have a good day.
The alley.
Sun Country 106 from Las Vegas, 737-800, flight time 2 hours and 31 minutes.
Short, runway 17, the Delta tug waits for you.
Delta Sierra, November, hold short 17 at November, Delta
6 to right at Whiskey 3, and contact ground point under.
So an update on Air France again. It's 7:50 departure, so in about 10 minutes they should push.
So I'll stay for that one too. Why not?
Yeah. What's another 10 minutes?
It's another 10 minutes. I'm already here.
Exactly.
Charlie cross runway 1 to right, taxi to Whiskey and cross runway 4.
We got an American 737-800 looking to continue its taxi here as it does.
Delta 2385.
What's the flight number on that one, RJ?
Runway 17.
Oh, I was tracking something else. I got to pull that one up here. So it's the American that we're looking at, right? Okay. That is headed to Dallas Fort Worth. It's flight 2104 to 73-8.
I wish American would send us more of their A321s.
Oh, yes, I do too.
Looks like we might have to make a trip to either Charlotte or Dallas to do a live plane spotting show just to maybe get some.
Yes, got plenty in both places. Extremely.
Yeah, we are not going to travel to Dallas for A321s. We are going to, if we ever do a show in Dallas, it's going to be for all the other things that really get the Av Geeks out to the yard.
Yes. A lot of cargo jets over there. A lot of UPS.
A lot of UPS planes.
They also have the Cargo Lux. I've seen Aerologic, EVA Air Cargo. Let's see, Air China Cargo, I believe.
How about a NetJets?
Yes, why not?
From Las Vegas.
Challenger 350.
635 uniform heavy Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 right.
Push is approved, runway 12 right.
I see Air France.
Their transponder
Just
on.
turn right at Whiskey 5, taxi to the apron, monitor point under, traffic on a 2-mile funnel behind you.
Right, Whiskey 5, monitor, and straight into the apron, so just 759.
Our Air France 787 got beacons on.
Yes.
Ground, Air France 635 uniform heavy.
See some more wing flex.
Right,
Air France 635 uniform the affirmative. Once you can take 12 left.
And they will send me off.
we can take one to left. We're ready
So
for
earlier before I came out, I was watching, I realized today's the first day of the French Open tennis.
Is approved for
And they
635
did I think probably before was at the evening session. They do have some now, some of their courts, they do have lighting so they can play night matches. So they did a really nice presentation in honor of Rafael Nadal.
I don't know who that is.
He's it was a very good, very well-known tennis player on the men's side, and he has finally came to the point in time where he has retired, and he had the best part of his career playing, and I think, what did he win the French Open, 14 times? It was quite a few times that he won the men's singles. So, speaking of pairs and speaking of France, so that was nice to watch. Some of the notable players that he played against, came to be a part of it, like Roger Federer, Andy Murray, Novak Djokovic. He's still playing.
Salute time.
2007,
Yep, a little delayed, but
2007.
so
Okay.
because I've been a fan of tennis. I was volunteering at Hawaii, helping with tennis down in Florida before I came back.
Hold short of runway 12 right at Delta.
Yep, that was an A319 coming in from Columbus. It was Delta Flight 2007. Registration 301NB.
All right, our Air France 787's pushing.
I'm going to double check. But I'll get you there shortly.
And she's 8 years young.
Hard to believe that some of these A350s and 787s are approaching a decade old.
I know, it's incredible. It seems like they just came on the market, but it's been a while.
Across runway 12 right, join Alpha to the gate and monitor.
Well, there's that old saying, time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Delta cross 12 right.
Time certainly does fly.
2104, contact departure. Super 3 and Charlie cross runway 12 right, westbound whiskey and hold short
And
of
for
runway
me,
12
once we
right
get
at
into
Whiskey 3.
September, it'll be 3 years since I've been back already.
Super 3, I got none of that read back. Just verify holding short. You're going to hold short of runway 12 right at Whiskey 3.
I don't think we can hear them.
Super 3, do you have a different view you can try? That one is just not being consistent.
On Whiskey 3,
Alex, correct me if I'm wrong. Weren't we thinking we were going to get the A350 Air France?
We thought.
We thought so.
Yeah. What was on the schedule was just the 7879 Dreamliner. Now, there is a pretty good chance that we're going to get the return of Bigfoot, a.k.a. the Boeing 777, in September for Air France.
Ooh.
So we could see a 777 homecoming to Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Hopefully they send
for
a
that
300.
service.
Just want to verify we're clear.
Yeah, which they have sent in the past before, by the way.
Hope they send their Sky Team livery back. That would be nice.
Ooh, that would be fun.
Logan's caught that before. I caught it too, but he had a nice. He had both the arrival and the departure. I think I caught just the departure.
Yeah, you both are pretty on it when it comes to these special visitors.
Especially Logan, man. That guy right there. He's got some super videos on his channel.
Well, so do you as well.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's take a look at the spotter guide for the Air France 787-9 Dreamliner, shall we?
Yes.
Trying to do more of these during our shows. I mean, albeit I have to do it during a time when it's not too terribly busy. Just because we have to stay on action. But here's some of the stats of the 787-9 Dreamliner for Air France. They'll be seeing depart from the Twin Cities here in just a few minutes. Boy, do these aircraft really strut their stuff when it comes to longevity. I mean, you look at the range, nearly 9,000 miles. Can it drop the globe if it wants to?
So how does that compare to Big Sexy?
A little bit bigger range. And Air France, their 787-9 Dreamliners are powered by the GE NX-1B engines. And the B in that engine model stands for Boeing. In fact, for you, in the naming convention of the GE NX-1B series engines, the Dreamliner, just over 200 feet long, wingspan, looking to be 2 feet and change short of being an even 200-foot wingspan, but still, we mentioned it earlier on our broadcast tonight that the 787 has the best-looking wingspan out of any jet currently flying commercially for any airline. It's a technological marvel from Boeing.
Correct, clear to land, Delta 2877.
Sleek.
Oh, and they've started their taxi.
And yes, they have.
Started their taxi.
Yep. Perfect timing, too, because we just got done with the quick mention there with our spotter guide, and here they go.
So I know we're concentrating on our Air France departure, but we're going to get a taxi whiskey going by right in front of us, and that is that Tampa departure that I mentioned earlier with that very iconic 747 departure time. It's an A321, it's Delta Flight 2385, and I hope everybody on board has a great flight down to Tampa. I called that area home to live for 39 years. But of course, my true home has always been here. Minnesota-born, Twin Cities area native. And the Tampa airport is awesome. It's such an easy airport to get around. You don't have to do that much walking because the way it's laid out with the air sides that sit out off from the main terminal, and you ride a very short train to get out to them, and then that's where you go through security. So the lines are really never very long to deal with that down there. And each one is different as far as what they have out there. I know the airside that Delta uses has the Columbia restaurant.
I'm sorry, but is he going over to the north side?
Oh, let's hope not.
Sorry to interrupt you.
No, that's fine. You know what? Following it on flight radar. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, let's see what they do here. But yeah.
Not looking good. I mean, Alex can still catch him, but
yeah, we just can't carry it as well as we can when it's over here.
Yep, north side.
Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
35 uniform heading, monitor tower 12.95. Have a good one.
It must be light.
123.95 to Minnesota, Sun 635 uniform head. Thank you.
They send Air France over there, but they send Air Lingus over here.
We'll still take Aer Lingus over here.
Yes. Given that's like super rare that they'll send it over here. They majority of the time send Air France over here to the south side.
Yeah, so it's like opposites today.
The opposite, yeah.
Probably they're light enough to where they can use the north side for departure and
yeah, they're cutting across the de-icing pad over there.
Yep.
On the other side of the tower.
And now this is uber rare as well, because Air France almost never goes off the north side or north parallel runway to depart MSP Airport for Paris Charles de Gaulle.
2385 flighting 135 runway 17 clear for takeoff, wind 1106.
Would it be unless they have to?
When conditions are favorable, they'll sometimes request it, but it's not common at all. So to see the Dreamliner depart on the north side is actually more of an unusual occurrence. Here on a Sunday that has already been quite entertaining, to say the least. Quite a few unexpected things happen today. So I don't look at this as necessarily a negative. Oh my goodness. We're following the Air France Dreamliner and the A321 that just arrived on runway 12 right in the foreground. I think it touched down right in frame with all the smoke and everything as we're focused on the Dreamliner now being obscured by the new fire station. And
2877, turn left, counter ground.
But yeah, just getting back to what I was saying about the unusual movements that we've seen today, seeing Air France go off the north side is, yeah, it's not what we hoped, but I think it's still kind of cool to document because this almost never happens.
Yeah, that A321 that just came by was from Denver, Delta 2877. And I know the flight from here to Denver is about an hour and 40 minutes, roughly. And
I would agree with you.
And behind us, our flight to Tampa has just rotated off of runway 17, so it's about a 2 hour and 50-minute flight going down. It's about 3 hours when they come up from Tampa. And the flights that Delta runs between here and Tampa were originally northwest routes.
And she's off.
Ground north gate change for Delta 2077 to Fox 12.
Delta 2077, taxi via Alpha to the gate.
To the gate, Delta 2077.
See Air France get airborne in the distance here in just a second.
Right above the silver ramp. There it is.
Even from a distance, the wing flex of the 787 is truly an impressive sight.
Yes, it is.
That was still really cool to witness them go off on the north side on that north parallel runway, because that, again, as I've said before, we almost never see them do that, and they just did that.
Yes.
Surprise.
So Aer Lingus and Air France, they decided to do a little switcheroo tonight.
Yes.
With the departure runway assignments.
So one more departure hopefully we can carry that's a heavy is 162 to Amsterdam. They have a scheduled 7:55 departure, but flight radar is flashing 7:45. So
interesting.
Yeah, so they could be just a few minutes early, but we'll see. So we'll keep an eye on their transponder.
Team Stripes Condor says, "G'day, everybody." Well, good evening to you as well. Thank you for tuning in. Also says, Delta planes everywhere in this airport. This is a Delta Fortress hub. Minneapolis-St. Paul is the second busiest Delta hub in their route network. So we see our fair share of Delta jets here. We're also going to say goodbye to Eric Paul here. Hopefully we can get a final thought from him as he has to head out for the night. So we're waiting on one more heavy departure here, RJ. We're waiting on the departure of Delta 162 Heavy.
I think they just literally turned their transponder on. They just lit up on flight radar. So they're getting close.
So 1 2 right at Mike, Whiskey, 217.
And then, yeah, I think because of the delay for the flight to Detroit, this is going to be the last one for the evening without it getting too late, except for, of course, was it our rescheduled flight to London, but that doesn't leave until
1 2 right, clear to spot. And Whiskey,
later tonight.
Well, folks, it's getting to be that time in the evening where Eric Paul is going to be heading out of here. Thank you so much for coming on and co-hosting a fabulous episode of MSP Airport Live today.
Yep, and like I said again, it was finally nice to meet you, RJ.
Yes,
and a wonderful time with you today, and you as always, Alex, my friend.
Yeah, it's a pleasure as well.
Yes, it was an awesome day. A lot of unexpecteds today, especially with the departure of airliners. That was wonderful to see it on the south side. Hopefully that happens more often.
Air France pulling a north side departure on us as well too, which we almost never see that as well. So it's been
Who knows, maybe Sunwing will come over here too as well when they depart.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting Sunday, and thank you so much for tuning into our live coverage of plane spotting from Minneapolis, St. Paul, but we still got one more heavy that we're going to stake out here and catch, and that's Delta 162 Heavy to AMS.
And thank you for the channel plug tonight. That was,
you're welcome.
Yep, that was awesome.
You're welcome. And you know what? I'll put the link in the description below after we get done with our broadcast tonight, so you can go check out Eric's work and go check out his channel. He's got a lot of good stuff on there as well too, and also thank you for letting us share some of the footage.
Absolutely.
From your
sharing is caring,
as they say. That it is.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
Final thoughts tonight, just on the spotting in general, and just the experience here. I mean, what's your big takeaway from tonight?
I mean, basically, we have a beautiful community. That's the biggest thing. Everybody loves plane spotting here in Minnesota. I mean, how many people came and walked up while we were broadcasting, right? I mean,
there were quite a few actually that came up here to say hi, ask some questions.
Yes.
And we enjoy that.
I mean, we had to pull RJ back because they just hemmed you up over there, right?
Yeah, I met up with a gentleman and we talked for quite a while both times. He'd actually ridden out here on his bike.
Wow.
And I'm trying to remember, where did he say he'd ridden out from? So he had a bit of a ride to get back home. So
yeah, there are some bikers that'll ride a long way.
Yes.
So
you know, sometimes you don't want to, cut people off too much. So, but it's always interesting to meet people because they see us out here and they want to know what it is. And
there was that little girl that kept trying to get our attention over there. Hi.
Yeah.
And her mom was like, no, they're live. They're live.
That happens. That happens too. Some people that are aware of what this is that's going on out here with what we're doing, and some people aren't. So we're always more than happy to help them find us on YouTube, and it's real easy. You just open up YouTube, search MSP Airport Live, and we'll pop up and just select us and
look for the red tail.
Yes, the red tail.
Yeah,
the red tails are important here.
Right above me, right here. right here in our live bug.
As I say, red tails forever, red tails for life.
Yes.
Yeah, we actually are going to try and turn that into a T-shirt.
Oh!
So, yeah.
Oh, how about a salute?
You didn't hear that from me.
A roll to rotate salute.
Yes.
I've come up with some neat things since I've started to help out with this. This has been fun for me to be a part of.
Some new trends.
Yes.
Yeah, and I am currently working on a little salute badge icon that probably is going to appear right down here-ish on the screen. So why do we do the salute? I think it's important to kind of point out why we do it. So it's something that you kind of started doing, but I think it's important to explain why do we do it, because there's actually a pretty interesting reason as to why we do it, because we're huge aviation history buffs on this channel. And we have a deep affection for Northwest Airlines that used to be the hometown airline here in the Twin Cities. They were based here. They were headquartered here. They were one of the most influential airlines in world history. The Red Tail, just so iconic in the aviation industry, and just the amazing people that they had flying for them as an airline that really transformed.
There I go.
Exactly. They led the way in a lot of things in the aviation industry, and they made Delta at the merger kind of who they are as far as just the framework of how they run. They learned a lot of that from Northwest. They inherited a lot of Northwest systems, all the success Northwest had been able to reap the benefits of for years. Delta at the merger in 2008, they were able to share in all that success, and it makes the carrier largely who they are today, in addition to the Delta side of the family tree, right? But Northwest has a huge influence in why Delta is such a great carrier here in the United States. States, a U.S.-based airline. And just to kind of pay tribute to Northwest Airlines and some of the ex-Northwest aircraft that still fly for Delta in and out of the Twin Cities that we'll see. So jets coming back home to their former home base here at MSP. We'll give them a salute, so that's why we do it.
And I just came up with it. I mean, my mom always used to tell me that when I'd kind of get that look, and she would say, the wheels are turning. So my wheels are turning all the time, and sometimes I will lose sleep because I've thought of a project and I'm planning it out. And sometimes you get on a roll, and I've always kind of done a little bit of a salute, I think, and coming out and joining
Continue
this
to do
in.
it.
So
we'll salute right along with you.
yes. So when it's a former Northwest aircraft, it's just has a Delta paint job on it, as I call it, but it was originally ordered by Northwest Airlines, and then over time, if it was, with Northwest, because we know that there were some on order.
Yep. Some of the 330s did not arrive in time before the merger in 2008.
So, it's...
Congo line.
Yeah, we've got a couple CRJs that are, one is right on the tail of the other.
Alex went back up on the ladder.
We got some
real
tailgating,
fast.
funny business going on here.
And a whale. Here comes one behind the two CRJs.
Two CRJs tailgating each other. Where else are you going to find that?
Yep, they're headed off to 17. And then a little behind them is what we just heard. The whale.
The whale.
A220-100.
That iconic sound of the whale, the A220.
And we've also got an Embraer E175
looks like
LR
we also got a heavy on the
717.
move.
Yep, looks like...
this last heavy will send me off.
Just one more, Eric.
Just one more.
Come on, Eric, you can do
That's
it.
the new thing. Saluting, just one more.
Yeah, you got to make up for lost time not having been out here for so long.
Yeah, really.
You'll have the whole summer to do that, but yeah.
Yep, we do have plenty of time here.
Here's Delta
Kinda drop in
162
here
Heavy
and
off to MS.
So what flight is this 330?
The 330 departure is going to Amsterdam. And we've got all of a sudden a whole
bunch of jets. As soon as we start talking, maybe we need to talk more often like that.
Yeah, so in
jets.
in that view, the one off to the left the most is the A330 that's taxiing down on the opposite side of runway 12 right.
It's a drag race.
Yes, and the one closest to us is a 717 headed to Charlotte.
One of my favorites.
The 717 might take the lead.
And then behind the 717 is another, is an Embraer 175 going to South Bend. So, I mean, when it rains, it pours.
It pours. Good pouring. Stephen S. says, go Red Tails, and he also said his father worked for Northwest.
Oh, wow. So, Stephen, what did he do? If you'll answer, that'd be great. It always is nice to chat with people that were with Northwest, and I have come across some sporadic people at times that knew both my dad and my uncle.
Said it came from Braniff before then.
Okay. Well, I remember the days of Braniff around here with all their airplanes being in different colors. But yeah, as we were just talking, I started this thing where even though they're Delta aircraft these days with the paint job that's on them, but they were originally Northwest. Case in point, 162 Heavy for Amsterdam that we're about to share. It's an A330-300, registration 828 Northwest.
All right, here we go. We could get a turn and burn departure for Delta 162 Heavy off to Amsterdam Schiphol.
Yeah, I've seen one out on short final, but they'll get out beforehand. Here we go.
River 6527, flight 150, wind 086, and 17, clear for takeoff.
150,
Rotate. Positive climb, wheels up. Those are the commands that happen in the cockpit.
Delta 16, turn left heading 100.
Take 100, that's 160.
Delta 2692, flight 120, and 17, clear for takeoff, wind 1006. Delta 29621, runway 17, line up noise.
Got an interesting arrival here coming in on 12 right.
You have a good night.
As we say good night and thank you to Eric Paul for helping us co-host a wonderful episode of MSP Airport Live.
Tell him I said one more cookie for the road.
Take all you want.
Go for it, Eric.
Oh, you got to take more than one.
It'll melt all over me.
Your stomach will never know the difference. I had an art teacher in high school that sometimes I would bring him a little treat, and it always wasn't in one piece.
2692, 120 heading.
So you had a Martha's Cookie diet today.
Yes.
Delta 2961,
Yep.
flight 120, wind 1006, no 17, clear for takeoff. Delta 2929, runway 17, line up point. Delta 2012, turn left, exit, get a ground point enter.
Alright, point 9, that's it. On a 2612, we're on Alpha, Charlie.
Richard.
Departure Delta 2692.
Delta 2929, flight 150, no 17, clear for takeoff. Go 3886, no 7, line up noise.
Yeah, I heard.
The 298 Minneapolis ground. Once the 220 at your tail is clear, your push is approved. Expect runway 12 right.
Okay, once the 220 at our tail is clear, we're clear to push, expecting 12 right, Delta 29.
61, get departure to 120 heading good.
Foot climb restriction, if you could pass that along.
The 298 heavy, just delete the climb restriction.
And for 298 heavy, you said we're waiving the restriction.
Delta 298 heavy,
turn left heading 120, wind 0907, and 17, clear for takeoff.
Delta 2612, monitor ground. Okay.
See ya.
The 2131, monitor tower 1.
Delta 2929, get departure.
The 2131, monitor tower 126.7.
2131, Minneapolis start. Delta 2131 at Charlie, crossing 128, turn whiskey, cross 184.
Alright, Charlie across 12 right, and then whiskey across 4, Delta 601.
Doug 4, Minneapolis ground, Toby,
3886, get departure, good flight.
And, bumpy.
right, let's get to some comments here. Just wanted to finish saying goodbye to Eric Paul. Great to have him back on the broadcasts.
Oh, yeah.
JP Mac Aviation, thank you so much for tuning in on this wonderful Sunday evening. Love finding new live stream pages, watching from Brisbane, Australia.
Wow. Glad to provide it.
Yeah, thank you for finding us. We're watching some just splendid plane spotting out here on this Sunday. And I'll tell you what, evenings out here are a vibe as we are now just a little bit past golden hour as the sun continues to go down over the horizon.
I think that was 2131. I got both tonight. So you can
The other
see
question
where
I have, RJ, is where is Delta 170 Heavy? Now, I know it's late. It will be arriving into Minneapolis, St. Paul. Wasn't it going to be arriving towards 8:30 p.m.? If that's the case, if there is still enough available light out here, we're going to potentially stake out and catch it.
So you said...
Delta 2131 fly.
What was their original arrival supposed to be?
That's a pretty good question.
Because that's maybe going to help me find with my search.
Oh, he's the screaming dude, yeah, I know that.
Phoenix Aviation, love the stream. Golden hour is great, especially at KMSP. We're glad you liked the broadcast today. Thank you for tuning in, as always. Yeah, golden hour out here in the summertime, even in the late spring, is something of a special treat. Especially when you get departures off 30 left. You get the airport, you get Terminal 1 in the background, and the sun is just casting its golden rays over everything, and it just, pictures turn out real dreamy. Yeah, the 7 o'clock hour is certainly a vibe out here. 7 o'clock local time, that is, up until around 8.
$8:33. I just found it.
8:33, I guess why not?
So, yeah, I had to scroll back a ways on flight radar to find them because their information is based on what their original arrival time was supposed to be. And then, of course, the arrival time is updated underneath that. And, of course, it's still alive. They are 17 minutes out. They're about 16,000 feet. And
well, in that case,
they are just a little southwest of us.
Yep, we're going to stick around and catch 170 Heavy. Late but fashionable, no less. We'll end on 170 Heavy's arrival from Seoul, South Korea, that A350-900.
Well, if she's nicknamed Big Sexy, she
by us anyway.
She can be.
Yep.
She'll be here when she gets here.
Yep.
So maybe this will make up a little bit for our flight to Detroit that we won't be able to carry because they're going to be delayed quite a bit.
Clear to land, left to right, Delta 2971.
Push approved, expect runway 17.
Push approved, expect runway 17, Delta 2309.
73 Minneapolis ground, push approved. The 2931 Minneapolis ground, push approved, expect runway 17.
How about that for a vista? A little behind the scenes. Look here at the aircraft viewing area. Still plenty of folks out here soaking up the last of the awesome weather that we've enjoyed throughout the day today. That is carried through into the evening. And of course, we really get some fantastic sunsets from here as well.
Super 4,
and we haven't even reached the point where
Yeah.
the sunset
when anybody is put
is as
from
late
Gulf
as it
3
will
to
be
Gulf
for
8.
the season before it starts to go the other way.
No problem.
Yeah.
That's still coming, and we won't have that happen until we're into June.
23 Tobia Sierra, November, crossing runway 4, short runway 17. Monitor Tower 126.7. Okay, it's 4129 Minneapolis ground, push approved, expect runway 17.
Those have got Delta 1303 from Detroit as well. That's an arrival with an A350. One of our viewers mentioned it's probably a good idea to bring that up as well.
Runway 12 left.
Landing 12 left, that's the 7-3 behind us, cleared 2 foot for Delta 2640. 298 heavy, completed, pushback, Gulf 8.
The 298 heavy, runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Alpha, cross runway 4, we have Sierra.
Is that Rome?
298 heavy.
Super 4 behind the heavy,
Oh,
continue
geez,
via
I forgot
Alpha,
about them. We're not used to that flight.
Please excuse this, ladies and gentlemen. We're not fully accustomed to Delta flying 330s out of here, especially later in the evening to Rome, or even at any point throughout the day to Copenhagen. This is going to be a little while before. It's going to be a little while before we'll fully adjust to it. So hey, you know what? It looks like we'll get another heavy departure here in just a little bit. So I'll tell you what, with the addition of the Copenhagen and the Rome service on the 330s and the increased frequency of A350 routes, or 350 assignments, I should say, out of the Twin Cities.
Yeah, the Rome flight is running a little late. They were supposed to push back about 10 after 8, so about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, but going back to what I was saying, though, just kind of observing how many heavies that we get to spot compared to how it was maybe like a year ago, 2 years ago, even 3 years ago. Can't quite compare to now. That's an amazing thing to kind of take in, and you're thinking to yourself, okay.
Here we go. This is Delta 2971 from Dallas. It's an A319 former Northwest 359NB. 319s end with the NB lettering at the end.
Alpha Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
Delta 2971, where you parking? Charlie 7. Alright, 2 left turns right Alpha. You can just keep moving on Alpha, kind of ground foot enter. 2 left turns on to Alpha .9, Delta 2971.
Runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
And yes, indeed, our flight to Rome is on the move.
Yep, it sure is.
Legion 1886, Minneapolis ground, push approved, expect runway 17.
Legion 1886, runner.
All right, so we're on the lookout for the arrival from Detroit and 170.
Behind them, continue via Alpha, Delta, and I'm sorry, say the gate number again.
And we're going to get the Rome departure.
Charlie 7 via Alpha, Delta, and come back
it's an
for
MSP
Delta
Airport live
2971.
first.
Well, I know I watched it go by on the inaugural flight. What was that, Thursday? Stood out and watched it fly by.
Delta 170 Heavy is now in the greater Twin Cities area and will be making a right base for final approach to runway 12 right here in just a minute. Actually in several minutes, beg your pardon, but yeah, that's our A350 arrival, one of them. So in addition to Rome departing, we'll have our late but fashionable A350 arrival from Seoul.
Delta 1030, monitor tower 126.7. 1144, Mount Tower 126.7.
26.7, Delta 1144.
Cross runway 128, turn right, Whiskey, cross runway 4.
And was it for Delta 1032 we just plugged in?
At Delta 1032, we have third, Charlie, cross 128, turn right, Whiskey, cross runway 4.
So Delta 170 heavy,
Right,
according to flight radar tonight, it's 3.5 hours late. Supposed to arrive around the 5 o'clock hour, actually right at 5 p.m.
Delta, Whiskey, we'll clear to class 1 true right at Delta, then cross runway 4.
And they departed
144.
super late
26.7.
out of Seoul Incheon. They were supposed to depart 6:40 p.m. local time out of Seoul, South Korea. And instead, they were wheels up at around 10:42 p.m. So they've made up quite a bit of progress, taking advantage of that tailwind as they cross the Pacific Ocean and then the western part of North America in order to get here.
Do you have somebody behind us?
298, I mean, nobody's behind you. Just monitor tower 126.7. Let them know when you're ready.
Okay, we'll monitor tower, let them know we're ready. We'll stop here. Thank you.
We've also got a 757 that's going to be taxiing its way over here.
2264 visual, 1 2 right.
Delta 2264, map to start, traffic 3 miles south. Traffic E hold in position, heavy A330, fast, wake turbulence, available search slow down.
So here we go, folks. We're in the final quarter. One last hurrah here as sundown is fast approaching.
1 2 right, Delta 2264.
Right turn out onto Alpha, and if you're able, hold short of Alpha.
2309, map start, Charlie, cross west right, turn right, Whiskey, cross runway 4, traffic 20.
Okay, cross 1 2 right at Charlie, turn right on Whiskey, Delta 20, and cross runway 4, Delta 2309.
17.
Expect the 17, let one of the aircraft go by, and then clear to push Delta 2031.
2931, you can expect the 170 ice pad for a wheels up time of 47 to 50 past the hour. Monitor tower now 126.7.
We actually need to stop and look at something in the back here. You want us to park somewhere?
Delta 2931, in that case, make the right turn onto Bravo and pull into 5 in the 1-2 right, the ice pad. Let me know what you need from there on this frequency.
All right,
Delta 2264, traffic will not hold this position. You can resume normal.
Copy, we're final approach now, going 96.
6 runway 17, taxi via right turn out, Kilo, Sierra, I'm sorry, Sierra, Kilo, cross runway 4.
Sierra, Kilo, cross 4.
Wow, what a golden hour view. With the setting sun in the background and the colors from that. This is a flight 1925 from San Juan. 73-9ER. That's just over 5 hours. San Juan, Puerto Rico, down in the Caribbean.
Bravo turns to the 1-2 right, the ice pad into 5.
Delta 1925, let me know where you're parking. I may have to roll on.
Charlie 13.
Okay, actually it'll be a right turn off there at Whiskey 5 if you make it.
All right, Whiskey 5.
It's always been one of the more favorite ports to sail in and out of with all the cruises that we did, because you
look at this 7.5. Look at the look at the tail.
Delta 1925, it'll be Whiskey Delta, hold short
Yep,
of 1-2
sun is setting.
Whiskey Delta, hold short of 1 2 right. Delta 935.
Part of that vertical stabilizer's in rough shape.
Delta 1144.
It's still airworthy though. Well, and where this aircraft is going, there's no place like Rome.
Been there.
So this is a reinstated service.
Yeah, we got it figured out. You want us to join in the final 1 2 right?
Delta 130 heavy, map start, people start slowing down, traffic will be a heavy Airbus in position, wind 0906, running 1 2 right, cleared land.
Clear land, right, 1 2 right.
And there's Delta 170 heavy. It's our flight from Seoul, South Korea, about 3.5 hours behind schedule. Picked a real dreamy time to come in as far as lighting goes, and just the real ambiance of the late evening sunset period of the day here at MSP Airport.
12 right, Delta 298
Yeah, they'll be next for arrival.
1144, 2 left heading 1421, so clear for takeoff.
Good to have this one come in. It's Delta 2264 from Tampa. 73-9ER, and just as I was mentioning earlier, 3 hours and 2 minutes. It's always a little bit longer coming up northbound than it is going down.
Join Alpha, ground point under.
Alpha, Alpha, ground point 9 Delta.
But not by that much, maybe by about 10-15 minutes.
Here we go. Here goes our flight to Rome.
Former Northwest A330-3, registration number 815 Northwest.
521 right, clear for takeoff. Traffic go.
Left 105 degrees, clear for takeoff. 12 right, Delta 298 heavy. 264, clear Alpha, parking Charlie 12.
Delta 2264.
Salute commenced.
Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
1925, Delta, Quebec, ground point niner. Yep.
Disperse Alpha, 9.
Delta 1144, contact departure ship. .703, monitor tower.
Feel that rumble?
126.7.
Yes, I did.
Oh.
Go ahead, park in the 178.
Even as she's climbing out.
And as our flight to Rome departs, our flight from Seoul arrives right behind it with the A350-900.
298 heavy departure state.
Delta 2264, you can cut the corner.
Cut in the corner, Delta 20.
Wait.
5 away, 17.
Well, a little bit late, but they're here. Sometimes things happen.
Cross 12 right, right at West, cross only 14. There's a cross 4 for Delta 2614. That's correct.
And I'll tell you what, those are some super happy folks that are relieved to finally be on the ground, safely arriving into Minneapolis, St. Paul after a significant delay in their departure from Seoul. Delta 170 Heavy finally on the ground and taxiing to the gate. Welcome to Minneapolis. Delta 170 Heavy.
American 2806, visual 12 right.
American 2806, map star, caution, make sure bumps drive heavy A350, wind 09007, running 1 straight, clear line.
American 2806, clear land, 12 right.
I gotta show this.
683, may have gone push approved, run A1.
Look at that. How about that for a sunset, folks?
Contact departure ship. was approved. It'll be runway 17.
Also, folks, we'll have the arrival of Delta 1303, another A350-900, this from Detroit, Michigan. The very first A350 delivered to Delta in 2017 will be the aircraft we will catch arriving in just several minutes. In charge of that service tonight. Was delivered new in May of 2017, 8 years ago.
May I start engine route turn right at Alpha to Alpha 8, hold short of runway 12 right at Alpha 8.
Right turn Alpha 8, hold short of 12, Delta 2871.
Skywards 4129, to left heading 120, runway 17, clear takeoff.
Left turn 120, runway 17, takeoff, Skywards 4129.
Delta 2703, may I start 179, please.
Present line up 2703. Line up 1 more. 2703.
Yes. Team 6 Miami Abscon, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved, runway 17, 1469.
And now arriving from Dallas Fort Worth International Airport, it's American Airlines 2806.
Delta 2871 at Delta. Cross 1 straight, turn right on Whiskey.
Cross 1 right, Alpha 8 right on Whiskey, Delta 2871.
415.
Mike, cross runway 4, 1 to right to 17, Delta 27.
Turn left in Alpha, connect ground, point 906.
Left to join Alpha, ground, point 9, American 2806, subject.
Yep.
And crossing runway 12 right, headed to 17 for departure. It's Delta 2871. Off to Windsor Locks.
3541, basically gauge occupied. Sky 3541, continue all up down
November
Papa,
380, Delta November.
95.
In charge of the assignment tonight to fly this particular
We'll
service.
ask, it's more of the aircraft that was at 26, just push back. They're occupying 79.
It's a 6-year-old A321.
Clear, take us. So they can get out? Oh, absolutely. It's 3541. Yep.
Good day, Skywest 4129.
XC via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short of runway 1.
Without further ado, here is Delta 1303.
3541 behind the Embraer then.
Very short final for runway 12 right.
2806, continue Alpha, what's your gate?
This is our domestic A350 arrival from the Motor City tonight.
2806, Alpha Delta, please.
Alpha Delta, American 2806.
So, RJ, this is going to be our finale right here.
Okay, yeah, I stepped off to answer the question of some other people out here watching. All right, so this is our Detroit arrival, okay. Yeah, they left Detroit an hour and 24 minutes ago.
Monitor tower 126.7.
267, have a good night, Delta 2760.
Well, 2871, turn left heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Delta 2703, contact first. Charlie 5 Charlie, hold the runway 12 right.
Charlie 5 Charlie, short of 12 right, Delta 2980.
In 2806 is turn right on Delta, short of Charlie 5, traffic southbound out of the alley.
Okay, right on Delta, hold for Charlie 5, American 2806.
Delta 1303 Heavy, Alpha, what's your gate?
1 right. Finding Alpha for Golf 4, Delta 1303.
Alright, Alpha to the gate, monitor point 9er, yep.
Set to the gate, monitor point 9, have a good night, Delta 1303.
Bank, Southwest 2863, map star, caution wake turbulence, ride heavy 350, wind 0907, running 12 right.
Can't think of a better way to end the show than a couple of A350 arrivals.
One unexpected and
1814, map star,
one
wind
expected.
0907, running 12 right, clear to land number 2.
Then we had the departure of our A330 before 170 Heavy showed up. It was off to Rome.
American 2806.
It's a new route that we were able to stick around and catch at MSP Live.
So I know we saw the Copenhagen arrival. Does it not fly 7 days a week?
Looks like they kind of switch off according to what I've seen from the flight schedules, but
Airbus 319 off your left on Alpha will be at the Delta intersection.
Copy, off our left.
Because that's the one thing that I've noticed. I did not see a departure.
2546 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa Charlie
Unless
Bravo.
I missed it.
2918 monitor tower now 126.7.
126 Delta 2918.
1469 monitor tower 126.7.
Tower 26 Delta 14.
Okay, 4289 runway 12 left taxi via Papa, also runway 4. Departure tip.
So I could end my evening out here tonight by doing one more, at least, salute to Delta Flight 2773 headed to San Antonio, operated by aircraft registration number 336 Northwest.
2546 American from your left is no back. They'll be turning
As
into
they're
the
passing
gate.
by us on Taxiway Whiskey and, oh yeah, the downtown Minneapolis skyline. So here comes 2773 through. Passing through. There it is.
0907, running 12 right, clear to land.
For land, 12 right.
right as the sun is beginning to set.
Yeah, that's a shot right there.
Hold on.
Yeah.
There's more coming. Stick around, folks.
We keep finding something to share.
Look at that.
The Midwest sunset.
Charlie, Delta 2918.
1469, we have start Delta, cross 1 right, turn Whiskey, cross runway 4, triple on a 2 mile final. Good rate, please.
Cross 12 right on Whiskey, cross runway 42, Delta 1469.
Gorgeous.
That was 2863, good rate down to Whiskey 3, join Whiskey Delta to the gate, monitor point 9.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Roger that, will clear the next range, 3,
Delta 2018 on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Also, folks, we want to take the time to let you know that our broadcast is proudly supported in part by our good friends over at DG Pilot, Aviation, Collectibles, and more. They got a big Memorial Day sale going on. Check them out right now at dgpilot.com to get in on the big savings. If you're a aircraft model collector or model enthusiast, they are your one-stop shop for truly amazing customer service and fantastic pricing. All the major model manufacturers, if you're into that sort of thing like I am, can personally vouch for them. I've known them for a long time. Excellent business. Donnie Gardner, he runs a very good shop. So we are also very thankful that they continue to support us in our live broadcasts here at MSP Airport. So take advantage of the Memorial Day savings at dgpilot.com. And, well, by the way, they also don't just have models. They've got a bunch of great travel gear for your next adventure. Travel guides, accessories, a lot of Minnesota-made local goods. There's something for everyone at DG Pilot. Check them out online at dgpilot.com. Link is in the description as well. And check them out and shop that Memorial Day sale. Got a lot of fun stuff on discount. I think many of you will appreciate.
Turn land 1 right.
So there we go. Big thank you to DG Pilot, purveyor of gifts for the aviation and travel enthusiast.
It's inbound to 5, so don't go
And
any
MSP
further
Airport
forward
Live
than
is
that, or
proudly
you have to
sponsored
wait
by
for them.
Jet Set Shirts, catering to the Jet Set life and av geeks alike. They have some incredible apparel, and Eric Olink, he's got a lot of fun designs on jetsetshirts.com, including this MDDC t-shirt. They've got a Flex like a 787 shirt. They've got a 747 shirt that's really cool. They've got Antonov 225 gear. If you're an Antonov 225 fan, there's something for everybody. If you're into the world of aviation and travel, you owe it to yourself to go get some Jet Set shirts and express your love for aviation and travel. We'd be happy you did as well. Jet Set shirts, products,
2866,
extended t-shirts, they got the hoodies.
To the alley. Back departure. Yep.
So yeah, check them out. Link in the description below.
Oh, you might see company
Same with
pushing
DG
back
Pilot.
out of box 1, nose to nose against you.
So wear it. Get some Jet Set shirts. And again, big thank you to Eric over at Jet Set Shirts for supporting our live shows. And we also want to give a big shout out to the Northwest Airlines History Center. RJ, you're a volunteer at the History Center, and they really are a fantastic grassroots 501c3 nonprofit organization that is dedicated to preserving the legacy and the memories of Northwest Airlines and the Red Tail. And they do such a fabulous job of doing it. They have a really cool museum space inside the Crown Plaza Air Hotel in Bloomington, Minnesota. If you're in the Twin Cities area, if you're an aviation enthusiast, if you're traveling, if you live here, you owe it to yourself to check them out at least once if you haven't. Or visit their website. They got a lot of amazing Northwest-inspired merchandise that supports their mission of preserving the Northwest story. Check them out online at northwestairlineshistory.org for more information. Well, as you can probably see, the sun has set over the horizon. Here from Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport. And RJ, as we wrap up our broadcast here tonight, final thoughts from you.
Oh, wow. Well, as I always am a little bit partial, anything that's got a northwest tail number on the back, the heavies for sure. And just being out here. This airport was my dad's life. Enough said.
Indeed. Final thoughts from me. Wow, was that Aer Lingus departure on 1-2 right special to witness or watch? That was the highlight of the day for me. And then, of course, to get the Rome departure with that 330, 300, and then the A350 arrivals at the end of our show here tonight. Super special.
Yeah, and just real quick here as we're starting to close out the stream for tonight, NWA Chuck did confirm with us Copenhagen and Rome flights are not daily. So to let everybody know.
Country 1686 Whiskey Delta to the gate. You can monitor point 9 though. What's it?
Whiskey Delta monitor point 9.
All right, so folks, it's been a lot of fun, and it's that point in the show where it is time for us to say goodbye. There's going to be plenty more MSP Airport Live shows coming your way. Make sure you're subscribed so you get notifications when we go live from one of the best spots to watch the action as it happens up close.
Oh, we got the wave from the UPS.
Oh, we did.
Yes, I forgot about that one.
Yeah, good catch.
It's become a thing. Just because of my remove before flight. That may have helped.
Your rally tag.
Yes.
All right, and for Eric Paul, RJ Bean, I'm Alex Running saying goodnight from Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport, and we will see you in the next installment of MSP Airport Live. Until then, take care, everybody, and we'll catch you next time.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.